All right, I guess we're back again. I guess here we are live. We're live. Podcast Dave was working out the kinks, but like I was saying, if you guys got an opportunity or a chance to send Big John over a message, of positivity and love to his family, and give him nothing but the best. I'm thinking of you, big guy, and do that for me, you guys, if you guys can. Just keep it positive, please. That would be great. And he's dealing with some things. His father is very ill right now, and so wishing him nothing but the best. I wish, but hey, we're gonna jump right into this. We are 2 minutes and 4 seconds in. If you guys want to link up your guys' video with mine. So Kayla Harrison right now is on top at 1 minute 56, 55, 54. So you guys can link this together. The strength of Kayla Harrison is obviously key in the first round. But what I want to see though is can Kayla go hard for the full 5 rounds against someone who is someone that can take damage. Aspen Ladd has been known to take some punishment, to kind of bear with it and be able to keep pushing on. And so the grappling of Aspen Ladd, can she stay safe without taking the big shots, able to get back to her feet and do some damage against Kayla on the feet. Make Kayla feel uncomfortable on the feet. Make her start shooting desperation takedowns or trying to force her way to the body lock, all of those things. I don't know, but Kayla is just another animal. I mean, 2-time Olympic gold medalist in judo. You obviously can tell her ground and pound. She's been working on it as of lately, and it shows. She's controlling the positioning, doing a great job right now of putting the weight and making Aspen carry the weight to kind of slow her down. Nice jobs, though, man. Nice jobs. As you guys are all, you guys go ahead and hit us in the live chat. Dave's going to go ahead and read off some of the, and if you guys have any questions for me or whatever, then we can chat about that too while we're watching this fight side by side. So if there's any questions you guys have, go ahead and shoot them over. Dave will read them off to me, and we can chat while we're enjoying this fight here. Big fight, though, for Kayla Harrison, coming back after a long layoff. Aspen Ladd, I think she's had, 1 or 2 fights since Kayla's been away. And I'm looking forward to seeing how this fight plans out. Only a 3-round fight, not a 5-round fight. This is not for a title. Kayla is not in this tournament. Aspen's going to be taking this fight separately, so don't make sure you guys remember this fight's going to be 3 rounds. Nice body control, nice body locks. Keeping her pressed against the fence, making Aspen really work. Nice stuff. Yeah, I'm going to definitely try to stay live for the whole card. So that's what I'm looking to do for the rest of the card anyways. We were kind of trying to get started on it when the Brunson fight was happening with Ray Cooper. Look, I saw some good things from Ray Cooper. He just got to get refocused and work on his conditioning, his cardio. I do have to agree with Randy Couture, though. I was supposed to fight his dad a long time ago, the other Ray Cooper, his father. And for him not be in the corner, it says a lot of, there's got to be something going on. Hopefully his dad is okay. If that's not the case, then hopefully that we can get some answers on why his father's not in the corner coaching him. Nice job by Aspen Ladd. But beautiful throw. What do you got for me, Dave?
Just while you are kind of situated there, are your fights down? Do they have to be down there? They have to be down there?
Yeah, they have to kind of be down that way, yeah. It's the best I can do for you guys, buddy.
No, you're good. Just periodically give these guys up here.
Yeah, you guys don't want to see my beautiful face. I know, I get it. If you guys are watching, you guys can finally get a chance to see what Podcast Dave looks like. He's not just Mr. Wilson over the fence and home improvement. You can he has a face. It's probably not what you guys thought. He's a lot uglier than you guys can imagine.
So I'm just pulling up this card right now just so that people can kind of see what this card's looking like. So we got Kayla Harrison and Aspen Ladd right now. Then we got still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fights to go after this. So we should be here for the full thing. Hold on, center myself a bit here. Yeah, we should be here for the full thing.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, what I like right now is Aspen's putting some good pressure. She's making Kayla feel a little uncomfortable on the feet. Kayla's not afraid to stand and bang, man. She's got some big power. She understands that. She knows how to close that distance when she throws her big shots. Damn, she can wrestle, man. She can wrestle. She's got her judo. She's really good at mixing it up. She's got to do a little bit more work in the posturing and letting the leather fly when it comes to the ground and pound. But good stuff, man. So far, good stuff. I see a couple questions down here. I'm waiting for Dave to read them to me, but it's basically like, will Bellator fights not have elbows like PFL? No. The rules, from what I understand, if you listen to the Ariel Helwani interview with Don Davis, is that the rules for Bellator will stay the same. The PFL reason why they don't do elbows is because you can't have a tournament format with elbows, because the way that they're doing their tournament is so close together. They're having to fight three times within like a 6-month period. The reason why you're allowed to do the elbows in the lightweight World Grand Prix that Bellator does for their tournaments is because there's a long gap in between those. So the cuts have time to heal, time to get stitched up, time to heal up properly, then they get back to training. Bellator spreads their tournament format over the whole year, whereas PFL does their tournament format like a season, like he was saying. It's like a basketball season. It's like a football season. It's basically like over a 6-month period or 5-month period, and they try to get them in as much as they can. And so, nice little hook sweep there by Aspen Ladd. Didn't get all the way to the top position, but able to create a scramble and get back to her feet. Nicely done. And so that's why you're not going to see the elbows involved in the PFL, but you will still see them in Bellator for the time being. And so I think there's a lot to try to work out. I think if you guys listen to that interview with Ariel and Don Davis, the understanding is that there's a lot of things that they have ideas that they want to do, and they're pointing in the right directions on how they want to get it done. It's just a matter of getting it moving forward. And that's a lot harder than people think. There's a lot of things that they got to work out first in terms of the fighters contracts, which fighters want to stay in Bellator, which fighters want to join the tournament style and make money. Oh, beautiful head and arm step across, hip toss. Beautifully done by Kayla Harrison to Aspen Ladd. Nice little, she had that little over under, not over under, but she had the headlock position. And then she just stepped across, hit the knee with the right foot and just threw. Beautifully done. Nicely done. Right out of the mix too. If you're someone who's just learning how to wrestle or hit the judo sweeps and those type of things, the best time to hit them is right out of the scramble to the feet, because that person hasn't established themselves on the feet just yet. I love how somebody is trying to get you to watch the PFL, like bootleg it from in our comment section. I think it's kind of fun. Yeah, they're trying to bootleg it. No, I paid the $50 to make sure that I'm supporting all the fighters, and they're all going to get paid. Yeah, hopefully, or they are getting paid. What else? What other questions you got?
All right, let's look in here.
Someone said, "What up, donks?" What's a donk? Can you tell me what a donk is?
No, I know a honky tonk, but I don't know a donk.
Give me some questions, Dave, while we're talking.
Why doesn't Ryan
Martin
Martin? Why doesn't Kayla want to go to the UFC? It's got to be pay, right? Question mark.
No. I really believe now that they've signed, honestly, like there's no one there for her to fight at 145. She's not going to make the 35-pound weight limit. So at 145, there's no one there for her to fight. Now the merging of Bellator and PFL, it makes a lot of sense. You got Arlena Blanco. You've got obviously Chris Cyborg. You've got female fighters that are in that weight class that came over from Bellator that can now go over and fight Kayla Harrison. It makes for some fun fights. And then also too with Julia Budd back in there, you got Aspen Ladd there. Now you've got the best 145-pound weight class female fighters out there. Ooh, nice little side choke setup. She went from the back into the side choke right away as Aspen turned to her back. Nicely done job by Kayla Harrison. I like what Kayla's doing right now. See how she's not blowing herself up. Time went out. But I'm saying, I was looking at, she was just holding on with one hand, kind of basing out, keeping the weight down on her, making her carry her weight from that position. What else you got for us in between this break?
All right, let's go down the list here.
Oh, someone said donk is a Luke Thomas phrase. All right, well, that makes sense. Okay. I'm gonna have to ask Luke what that means. What a donk means. Donk is a term used in the Morning Combat podcast. All right. But what does it mean though? Like donk, like jackass? Is that what it means? Donk is a donkey because we're all a bunch of jackasses. That kind of makes sense. I get it. I can credit Luke Thomas for that comment. Very nicely done, Luke. Nice little step across, man. Beautiful head and arm throw. That step across, nicely done by Kayla Harrison. Top position. Nice work. Got 2 rounds to none right now for Kayla. Definitely with the wrestling and the jiu-jitsu at the top position. What else you got for me, Dave? Give me some questions.
All right. Kevin wants to know, what does Merab do? Can he sit out like Colby?
Well, did I miss something? It's going to be Cheeto and it's going to be Sugar. I mean, I honestly believe that I think if I was him, I would sit out for a little bit. I would sit out. I mean, at least until the winner of that fight and see if he's able to get that next fight. If Dave, can you pull up the rankings in that weight class for the UFC? I just want to make sure I don't forget people when talking about, this fighter should be able to get it. Can you zoom it in a little bit for me, please?
Yeah, the 135 right now.
Yeah. Oh, it's kind of blurry. There you go. Let me see. Yeah, still, let's see. You've got Merab, you've got Sterling. You know, I mean, there's guys out. I mean, like you could look. Is it supposed to be? I thought it was supposed to be Henry Cejudo and Merab. I think those two were supposed to be slated to fight sometime in February, correct? Or is it March? Sometime in February or March, I believe. Both of them had said like, "Oh, I'll see you soon." And so, in that being said, I kind of, yeah, I don't. No. I haven't heard it officially announced, but I know that 2 of them have been going back and forth and saying that I'll see you soon. So. I mean, that's kind of what I think Merab should do. He's got to stay busy. He's got to stay active. Keep yourself always ready, because for me, I honestly believe he should probably be maybe the backup. Someone that comes in, weighs in, and gets ready to fight, just in case someone doesn't make weight, just in case someone isn't able to fight come Cheeto and Sugar Sean. What else you got for me there?
Let's see. What will happen to Johnny Eblin seeing that PFL doesn't have a middleweight division?
I mean, they're good. Look, there's a couple things. You've got Patchy Mix, who's probably arguably the best bantamweight right now in the world. I know a lot of people are saying it's Sugar Sean. Some are saying it's maybe even Merab. It could be Sterling. But let's just put it all. I'm going to shape it this way. You have 4 really, really good bantamweights. 5, and including Henry Cejudo. Those 5 guys are the best guys in the world. And any given day, one of those guys can beat the rest. And so I don't want to knock any of them. They're all fantastic fighters. They train together, Patchy and Merab, and they understand how good each other are. Nice takedown, the double leg for Kayla Harrison against Aspen Ladd. Nicely done, right to the side control position. Aspen with a nice, beautiful sweep to the top position in that front headlock. Very nicely done. Over to the back. Ooh, Kayla with the escape. Okay, a little bit of trouble here coming in at 225. I'm at 223, 222. Nicely done. Aspen trying to get the full back, get the hooks in. She's losing the position. Kayla right to the armbar. Oh, Kayla with a pull out. Nice ground and pound. That's how you do it. Right when you escape from a submission, go right to the ground and pound. Nicely done. Make them miss the submission and make them pay. Great job by Kayla Harrison. Great job. Sorry, I was getting on. What was it? What was the question again?
About Merab and Henry?
Yeah, we already talked about Merab and Henry. That fight was supposed to happen. Let's see.
Johnny Eblin.
I look at Johnny Eblin, and I look at Patchy Mix. Those 2 guys, they need to just create the weight class. Now, I know it's not fair because basically they're going to end up fighting all the Bellator guys anyways. But then I look at Johnny Eblin, right? You've got now Derek Brunson. You got Ray Cooper now who's trying to get in there. Look, Deron Wynn has come back and said, hey, he'd like to come back and fight. And Deron, he's a friend of mine. I'd like to see Deron in this. I'd like to see Deron win and Ray Cooper fight. That'd be a good fight. Both of them are about 5'7", 5'6", and just tree trunks. And I think that'd be a great fight. Both got big power on the feet. Deron's got better wrestling, but I'd say the boxing and the power of Cooper. So you got those 2 guys in there. They're going to progressively get better. And you've got all the middleweights from Bellator that come over. You've got Gegard Mousasi, who's still around. You got Fabian Edwards, who's there. You've got Austin Vanderford. You've got Dalton Rossi. You've got all these guys to make this thing happen. So I'm looking forward to it. Nice shots by Kayla Harrison, though, from the top position. They've got to create those weight classes and do them in a tournament format. So guys like Johnny Eblin have a chance to make millions of dollars, just like, and same thing with Patchy Mix, continue to make millions of dollars. Patchy just won the $1 million bantamweight tournament in Bellator, and I'm looking forward to seeing them go into these tournaments if they want. They can continue to go into these tournaments and make it fun for everyone, man. This is an opportunity for everybody to make money. So if they want to go into the tournament format for young fighters like a Patchy Mix, for young fighters like a Johnny Eblen, for young fighters like Sergio Pettis that is only 30 years old, those guys should be going into those tournaments, giving the best fights they can. And those tournament formats, the style of which PFL does it, that's what makes them so interesting. It's good for the younger fighters who really want to try to make a ton of money while they're still young. I like that idea. But when talking with Don Davis, when hearing him talk, that whole concept doesn't work for the older fighters, like a Patricio Pitbull, like a Anthony Pettis, Patricky Pitbull. It's harder for those guys to make that weight, constantly be training nonstop for 6 months straight to try to keep your weight down, also to stay as active as you can to fight in a tournament style format. Now, that doesn't mean you can't fight in Bellator over in the UK or wherever they're going to be having their most of their fights in Bellator. That doesn't mean you can't do that. You can't still stay busy and active over there. It's just a matter of how they end up structuring their contracts for the Bellator fights and for the PFL fights. What else you got for me? I thought it was probably one of the better fights I've seen Brunson as of lately with his conditioning and his cardio. But in that being said, Ray Cooper is not someone who fights at a very fast pace. He tries to land the one big shot. He tries to wait for you to make a mistake so he could land his big shots and then knock you out. He's gonna. I want to see what happens when he has to fight somebody like a Johnny Eblen. We're gonna find out. Look, I know how good Johnny Eblen is. I know how good Brunson is. But Derek Brunson is not what he used to be when he left the Strikeforce days, kind of came into the UFC days, and he's not the same fighter he used to be. But I'm still looking forward to seeing him versus Johnny Eblen. I feel like Kayla Harrison ran away with this 95. We have on this max out of 100, 95 round 1, 95 round 2, 96 round 3, and a 12. I don't understand what the AI scoring is. So the AI scoring is something through their smart cage that I'm going to have to actually get familiar with. And I'm not listening to the commentary because I can't have it in the background while I'm giving you guys the commentary. One of my favorite coaches right there, Mike Brown, one of the nicest guys too out of American Top Team. Just a walking book of knowledge, just, in the sport of MMA.
What do you think of this fight?
Well, I thought Kayla did a great job of controlling the space. I thought she did a great job of closing that distance and getting it right to the body lock, right to the takedowns, and just nicely done, man. She's a pro. I think she's kind of just getting back into her own. She understands what's important. I was listening to some of her interview earlier, and she said, I was so concerned about what my kids were going to think that I lost and this and that. And I think once she realized that the kids were okay with, oh, you lost, it's okay, I still love you. And that's the great thing about coming home. I mean, to your kids, like they just want to make sure you're okay. Are you okay? And then once you say that to them, they love you no matter what. For the longest time, I only wanted to have dogs because no matter what, when you walked in the door, right, dogs love you. And then once you have kids, you realize it's pretty much the same, man. No matter what, they love you, and it's nice to see, when they come running to the door, and waiting to greet you. So good stuff. Well, I wish I could hear what she was saying, but I can't. But what else you got for me there, buddy? I see you pulling up a bunch of news in the news feed. Okay. I can't read that fast. How do I put closed caption on my iPad? Oh, yeah, okay, there we go, cool. There we go, okay. Oh, man, no, I got it now, but now you got me trying to read and talk at the same time. This is gonna be horrible. Man, you guys thought my math skills were bad. Jeez. Um, I'm not sure if you guys, in the beginning of the show, I said, Big John's not gonna be with me tonight, but, we had talked about doing this, and if you guys can, please send him a positive note through his Instagram DMs or just on a post, his most recent post that he did. You know, he's having his dad is not doing well, and so if you guys can, please send him over something positive and let him know you're thinking of him, and I'd really appreciate that. Do it on Twitter or X, is they're calling it, and on Instagram, wherever you guys can find a way to get a hold of him. I'd truly appreciate that. Keep it positive, please. Also, let's go. Look, I think Blonde Brunson has always been the better Brunson. He's always been good. I mean, like, he's not as good as, if you guys have followed us for a long time, he's not as good as Dave Blonde Dave, you know, Eminem Blonde Dave. But it's like, if you guys go through Podcast Dave's Instagram, you'll see he has some photos of him dressed like Eminem. He's got the blonde hair back in his rap battle days. And Dave can spit some bars, man. I give him a little bit of love. He's no Mauro Ranallo on spitting bars when it comes to, you know, Mauro can spit, man. He's crazy. He can make it up right there on the spot. Huh?
I'm on a different level. Come on, behave yourself.
Bro, come on. I've seen him. It's crazy. It's so crazy how good he is when it comes to. I'm surprised he's not a rapper.
Mauro? Really?
I'm being honest, man. He can do it with words I've never even heard of. They may not even be real words because I don't know what they are, but he makes it all go really well. Good stuff, man. Good win for American Top Team. Got a great group of fighters coming out of there. I mean, they've always had a great group of fighters coming out of there, but I feel like they're really dialing in, and good stuff. Impa Songanai right now is coming up. He is next. Should be good.
Kevin wants to know, how does Ilya beat Alex?
Ooh. Well, there's a bunch of big time questions about this, right? So what would be your questions, Dave, in terms of how Volk would get it? Like, what a Volk or Ilya Topuria? For me, the question would be, is Volk the same fighter after getting knocked out by Islam Makhachev? Sorry. Okay. Is he the same guy? Because look, confidence is key, man. That's the biggest thing in fighting. And it's one thing when he lost to him in a decision. Like, oh, I just went the distance. Arguably, you could have said I won, you know, even though I didn't think that. But, you know, you look, the smaller guy from 145 coming up to the 55 pounder, you know, fighting him and put on a great performance, doing something that not a lot of guys have been able to do with Islam. But then fighting the second time and getting actually starched in the first round, quick. It's just not like, those have an effect on your mindset. Confidence in going into a fight is key. Will that change anything? And fighting someone like Topuria, talking mouthpiece, he will try to get under Volk's skin. Look, like size wise, they're very similar. I got to see the actual breakdown of what their size differences are. But I mean, I think they're both about 5'7", 5'6", and they're, you know, obviously they're going to weigh probably around the same. And I look at Topuria, I would say he's got the better, cleaner boxing, but I think the speed of Volk is probably a little bit more. I think the power of the kicks is going to go to Volkanovski. The wrestling is going to go to Volkanovski. I think the submission threats, though, the arming guillotines, the tight positioning on the submissions are going to go to Topuria. But Volk has shown when he fought Brian Ortega, he's like not afraid to be put in deep chokes, and he can escape. He will fight to the bitter end to get out. So when I look at the two of those, what's the size difference on these two guys? Can you see?
Yeah, let me grab Volk real quick. There he is.
Okay. How tall are each one of them?
5'8", 5'8" Topuria, 5'6" Volk.
Okay, so there's a 2-inch height difference. And what about reach?
Reach isn't on Sherdog, but I can grab it somewhere else.
Okay, and then you have height, and then weight is about the same. I mean, they're gonna end up weighing 45, but by the time they actually fight, they'll probably weigh about the same.
9 years age difference.
What's that? Yeah, there is some 9 years difference. That's going to be a key as well. Look, Volk he's always in shape. He's always ready to go. That's never going to be the problem with him. And I'm looking forward to seeing exactly how Volkanovski approaches this fight, given what he just went through with Islam Makhachev. You know, that being said, Topuria is that guy. He's just, I'm the man. He doesn't think any other way. He doesn't think that he can be beat. He doesn't think that, and he has every right to believe that because he hasn't been beat. He's 14-0, I believe, or 15-0, I believe.
14.
Yeah, exactly. And if you look at it though, Volk, he's been beat, yes, but his last 2 losses are to a 155 pounder. That's it. His last 2 losses. So he's only got 1 loss if we really think about it. But my concern with Volk is that he is at light, not his last fight, is that how will he approach this fight knowing he's coming off of a knockout loss? Will he fight the same? Will he fight timid? Those things go through your mind. What else you got for me, Dave?
Let's go through here.
Yeah,
sorry, I was putting someone in a timeout and I was taking a note as well. Somebody's negative comment I just did not need in there tonight.
Oh wow.
And I don't really do that, but I just don't need that.
Who to go with? Did you put you? How do you do that? Can you silence people on this?
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty dope. I gotta try
that. So Eric and Tariq asked, could a person in the mid-20s start MMA and fight in the light heavyweight division? Someone right before that asked, Dev asked, Josh, how realistic is it for someone in their mid-20s to start MMA or kickboxing or any combat sport and reach a high level if they have some combat sports experience?
Okay, so I look at it, I've said this, I don't know how many times, but I look at it as with the lighter weights, I think it's almost impossible. I think with the heavier weights, I think you have a better chance. And what I mean by that is if you are somebody who is in the light heavyweight division or the heavyweight division, if you have any ounce of athleticism or any ounce of wrestling, a little bit of, and some athleticism to go along with it, I believe that you could have a successful career. I'm not saying you're going to be champion, but I'm saying you could probably potentially make it to the UFC, or you can make it to Bellator, or you can make it to PFL, make it to one. You can find a way to get in to one of those organizations in the upper weight classes. I would even maybe go as far down as 185. Because there's not a plethora of top level talent from 185 to 205 and definitely not in heavyweight. And so when I'm looking at this, and I'm not taking digs at bigger guys because I'm the smaller guy, even though I would love to, but those are just the facts. The facts is that if you have an ounce of wrestling, like if you have basically like high school level wrestling that you've matured into, say, junior college to low level college wrestling, you would have, I think, a good opportunity of making it as long as you learn how to shape that with your jiu-jitsu. If you are a wrestler, you come from a wrestling background, learn jiu-jitsu as fast as you possibly can, and then move from there to right into learning how to, to be gritty and grimy and learn how to push yourself, really learn how to hang on people, really learn how to make them carry your weight. John and I were talking about this, and we even said this, I think, a couple of shows ago. Randy Couture, he didn't have a black belt in anything except whooping ass. He was somebody that he didn't have a black belt in jiu-jitsu. He didn't have a black belt in taekwondo or karate or anything, but he had a black belt in whooping ass. He knew how to wrestle you down, control you, ground and pound you, hang on you. He also had a black belt in mental warfare. And I used the Mike Van Arsdale fight as an example. He saw Mike Van Arsdale Randy Couture stand up in between rounds and bouncing around because Randy Couture saw how tired Mike Van Arsdale was between rounds, that he's like, forget it. I stood up, bounced around, smiled at him, and it made Van Arsdale want to quit, made him not want to be in there anymore. And that's a huge thing. Mentality is everything. How mental can you be to push on through the rounds, and how well, and I think it's very significant in the heavier weight classes, 185, 205, and heavyweight. I think as long as you can work on your wrestling, grind in with a little bit of your jiu-jitsu, submission defense, and start to learn how to strike, I think you can definitely make it to a bigger promotion. If you start in your mid-20s or early 20s, I think you could definitely make it there.
Asmi Amin asks, why is Gaethje not fighting Makhachev next?
I don't know. Did they announce something that it wasn't happening?
No, I don't think they announced anything, but I don't know why they're asking that, but that's what they're asking.
I think that they would try to maybe get it in before Ramadan.
I think they may have said, did they say that they were going to give Charles Islam?
Yes.
So maybe they're going to give Charles Islam.
Yeah, I think they are going to give Charles Islam. That's right. I was just looking at the rankings there. Yeah, I think they're going to give Charles Islam. So I think Justin's going to be on the back burner for a second. But it's a big deal. I would like to see the Gaethje versus Islam fight. I think that the Islam, because of the way he beat him and how he dropped him first, jumped on him, passed the guard, got the side choke, There was a lot of elements in that fight that let you know that Islam was going to be able to control that fight. Now, look, every fight is different. But I look at Justin Gaethje. Justin Gaethje is a threat to Islam in the power, in the striking, and the ability to take a shot, give a shot. It's just a matter of, can he stop Islam's wrestling? We saw with Khabib that he couldn't stop Khabib's wrestling, and that was definitely the downside of it all. But like I said, styles make matchups. Islam is not the same type of wrestler that Khabib is. Khabib is the double leg, single leg, lift, scoop, take you down, shoot, low level doubles also, like, getting his dropping his level really low and getting in deep on the penetration. Islam is someone new. He will shoot, but he'll work his way up to the body lock, into the over-under, into the foot sweeps, into the hip tosses, all of those type of things, single leg lifts, all of those. He'll work you more that way. So it makes for a different type of fight for Justin Gaethje. What else you got?
Well, we have a walk. Which title fight we have walking it right now? Joshua Silveira and Impa Kasanganay.
Kasanganay. It's the one name that I can say. I don't know. There's a lot of names that I can't say, but he's the one name I can say.
What do you think going into this?
I don't know, man. Like, I look at Kasanganay, he's good on the feet. He's got some power. I mean, I think a lot of people remember him from the Joaquin Buckley fight where Joaquin Buckley kicked. He caught the kick, and Joaquin Buckley threw the spinning back kick right to the face. That's kind of the fight that I think people remember him by. But Josh Silveira, man, he calls his dad is world famous, basically a legend in the sport. And his dad's a lot bigger than him, by the way. But you look at Silveira, he's good. He's tough. He can fight everywhere. It makes, I think, as long as I think if he can get this fight to the ground, though, where he makes Kasanganay very, it's going to make it very hard for him to get back up to his feet. I think he'll have a good chance of winning this fight. But he's going to have to get right inside that grill. He can't stay in kicking distance of Kasanganay. He can't stay in the boxing distance of Kasanganay. He's got to actually put the pressure on him and make him fight an uncomfortable fight. We will see. What else you got for me, Dave? Let's try to keep this thing rolling, man. I want to answer as many people as we can.
What did Usman pop for from Eric and Tariq? I didn't know that Russia fighters pop frequently.
That's being a smart ass. No, they did not release what it was. They just said it was a doctor prescription, whatever it was.
Another guy asked right before, Usman's suspension is hush, but I don't think that's true.
No. It just, if you look at a lot of fighters, right? Commissions don't release what it is. And I don't know if that's based off of the managements of them, or if it's the fighters telling them, no, you can't release it, or if it's just that they don't. I think some people will just like, oh, you got busted. If the fighter feels like it was nothing, they'll say, oh, I got busted for dick pills. Oh, I got busted for marijuana. They'll say what it is. I don't know how some of the other ones get let out, but it's my understanding that it's that the commissions don't release it to make it public information, like what it exactly was. What else?
Neos GX01, thoughts on Colby saying he earned his title shot the hard way?
Oh man,
damn! I think you guys are coming in here in like groups and just like asking the same question. There's like 5 questions coming about Usman at the same time from different people, and then the same thing earlier with the people trying to train in the mid-20s. That's you guys are kind of funny.
Ice cold, yeah. That's Conan's son. To answer your question, go ahead. What was the question again, Dave?
Thoughts on Colby saying he earned this title shot the hard way?
I mean, he earned it the hard way because he waited out for it. I mean, you made it more difficult on yourself by doing that. Should have tried to stay as active as you possibly could. Who knows? I don't think you've changed. I don't think Colby's changed that much in his style and the way he fights. So Leon's been pretty active, understanding that if you're not active as the champion, you don't make any money. Like, the thing is, if you're the champion, you need to fight as much as you can, only because that's when you make as much money as you possibly can. So if you're the champion that sits out one fight every year, sure, you're making good money, but you're not getting filthy rich like you could be. Being active, like your pay-per-view dollars are based upon
Leon's one fight a year?
Huh?
Leon's one fight a year. That's not really active.
Well, he just won the title, dude. Stop
Yeah,
on the
but that's.
Colby. Stop on the Colby train, buddy. I already see where you're going with this. Stop. I'm
I
gonna
mean,
put you in your.
he's not any more active than Colby is.
Well, he hasn't had a chance yet. Well, Colby's only had what, one fight in 2 years? Yeah. Look, go ahead. Look it
He
up.
fought Masvidal last year.
Yeah, he fought Masvidal last year. That was the one fight.
I think he's
Who did he fight before that? He fought
before that he
Usman.
fought Usman, yeah.
Yeah.
So he fought March last year, so it's been a year and a half, almost 2 years.
I like Colby, man. I think that he's good for the sport. The trash talk, the way he does it, it's a shtick, but it's good for the sport. It keeps people interested in what goes on in that weight class and that division. Where's Colby at? Who's he gonna fight next? But what happens when you don't fight? People kind of, not that they don't forget about you. It's just that they stop caring. The shtick now gets old when I don't actually get to see you inside the cage. You've got to be active if you're going to run that shtick the way he's running it. All right, here we go. We got the start. I haven't seen Yamasaki, Mr. Hart himself, the referee. I haven't seen him in a minute. Jeez.
Ari Yamasaki.
Yeah, I haven't seen him reffing in a while. All right, let's go ahead and see. Here we go. Impa versus Silveira. Ooh, nice kick. This is where I think that Silveira's got to close that distance, but he also can't get careless and shoot crappy shots. This is a big time fight for Impa. $1 million on the line for both these guys. It's a 205-pound weight class. Now I look at these two guys that are fighting for $1 million, and look at guys like Nemkov. That's who these guys would be fighting. Vadim Nemkov. The winner of this is going to fight Vadim Nemkov. I mean, I wouldn't even go as far as Vadim Nemkov. Corey Anderson. You've got Corey Anderson. You got Vadim Nemkov. You've got Phil Davis. You got Julius Anglitskis. Those are the guys in Bellator right now at that 100 or that 205-pound weight class. Nice attempt by getting the fight to the ground. Wasn't able to control it on the bottom. He's got to be careful here in that range right there. That boxing range. Very nice. Nice straight left by Silveira. But he can't hang out there. Anytime you're fighting southpaw versus conventional, the person, he got Wiz Khalifa down there on the bottom right. He heard podcast Dave was talking about spitting bars. So he's like, you know what, man? Let me go out there and see what this guy can do. Come on, Dave. Give us some bars. Those are back in your Eminem days?
Back in my days,
man. Back in those Eminem days.
Left those days behind me.
I like how Impa's taking his time. Ooh, nice body shot. Come back up top with the ooh, that was a straight left by Silveira. Anytime the conventional fighter is fighting a southpaw, the straight right to the body, then come back over the top with the overhand left, it works really well. If you guys go back to my Nate Diaz fight, I landed that a lot. That was one of my favorite combinations, and then feed that into the head kick. But this is a great job. Ooh, nice job by Silveira. Ooh, Silveira doing a good job. Oh, switch. He's gonna keep throwing that. Throw that straight left. Come over the top of the right hook. Got Impa closing the distance, slowly stalking after him. I like that. I like that positioning, though. That's good positioning right there for Impa. Oh, nice takedown, though. Waited for the overreach on the straight right by Impa. And Silveira with the takedown. Deep on the single leg. He's got to get his butt high. Guy who has the highest hips normally wins these wrestling exchanges. There you go. Up to the back. Oh, right to the rear naked. Oh, he just missed it. He didn't get the hooks. Oh, Impa on top, though. This is kind of where Silveira wants to be, though. Impa's good on the ground. He's not great on the ground, though. So you've got some fighters here going that is kind of a shit show, only one fight per hour. Look, guys, it's going to take some time. The pace of the fights, they're going to have to work on, I think, a little bit, and getting them in there. But I think when you're scheduling these guys, when you're scheduling these fighters, and you got to give them time to warm up. There's a lot of things that go behind the scenes that sometimes a fight ends quickly. That fighter's not fully warmed up in the back. You got to give them 10 minutes to get warmed up. You don't want them to come out there and get hurt, and then you don't get a fight at all. So there's a lot of things that go on in the back that a lot of people in the front don't see. The TV people at home don't see. You've got to give these fighters the right amount of time to get warmed up, make sure their hands are wrapped properly. The commission has steps that they have to go through, making sure that the red gloves and the blue gloves are taped properly, making sure that they have their headgear, their mouthpieces and their cups in, all of those things. So they're doing a good job on the feet. I'm pretty damn surprised. Like in terms of with Impa's way for me I feel like to win this fight is on the feet. And Silveira doing well on the feet. Do I have the YouTube? No, I have it on my phone. I'm multitasking here, bro. I got it all, dude. I got it all. I'm crushing it right now for all of you guys. Well, I mean, it's for me, it's trying to multitask is the hardest thing. All right, what else you got? No, they already showed Johnny Eblin was there, Patricio was
Okay.
there. Patricio already did the face-off with the 145-pound winner, which was,
Oh, nice.
Pinedo. So Pinedo won
Cool.
earlier, he won the tournament. He was the last, prelim fight. Not prelim fight, I shouldn't say that. He was the last fight on the card right before the main card started.
Yeah,
They lost the Bubba Jenkins and Chris Wade fight. Chris Wade
Mhm.
didn't make weight. He missed weight by 2.4, I think it was. And so Bubba said no, he turned the fight down, which is crazy to get to the finals and not fight, but it is what it is. What else you got?
Don Davis came up with that cool idea to have them facing off because it was totally his idea, right?
I think it was a good idea though. Whoever came up with the idea, I think it was a good idea that they that you bring the champions out. I think it was a good idea to have the champions there able to face off with the winners. I don't know
Makes
if
sense.
yeah, but I don't know if Nemkov is there. I haven't seen him yet. For him to come from Russia, it would be pretty hard
Yeah.
for him to get here,
Short notice.
especially on short notice. I mean, they made this decision, I believe, on like Tuesday or Wednesday to fly them out. So probably on Tuesday. And I know they don't celebrate Thanksgiving in Russia, but you still to get a visa and to come over here is I would imagine it's impossible.
Joe Bellamy asks thoughts on Jamal Hill versus Alex Pereira.
Jamal Hill versus Pereira. I got to be honest, man. As we talk about styles make matches, I'm going to lean a little bit more towards Jamal Hill, as Dave likes to call him. But I'm going to lean more towards Jamal Hill based on the speed. Look, I know that Pereira can knock anybody out with his shots. There's no doubt about that. But can Jamal Hill get to his chin before Alex gets to his? And I think Jamal can get there, get in and get out and land his shots. Because he's the faster fighter. And I think also too, just the athleticism of Jamal Hill. I wouldn't be surprised if Jamal Hill threatened a couple takedowns. Not that he would look to work and enforce it, but for him to threaten it enough to make Alex's hands hesitant, just a split second, and that's all Jamal Hill's going to need to land the clean shot. We know that Jamal Hill's got power, and we know he's got speed. So those two things together, the faster fighter normally wins when it comes to this. Ooh, nice straight left by Silveira, and comes back with a straight right by Impa. This is a back and forth battle in the second round. I gave Impa probably the first round. It was close either way, back and forth. Right now, though, Silveira's doing a good job. Sorry, guys, I've been chatting a lot too, so I'm not fully. Nice shot right there. Nice shot. Does Anthony Smith check a leg kick against Roundtree? He's going to have to. He's going to need to. Yeah, if he doesn't start trying to figure out a way to check those calf kicks and those leg kicks, I think it's going to be a short night for him. Especially knowing that he's only what, 2 weeks away, a week and a half away from fighting. Ooh, nice. Oh, not what you wanted to be if you're Impa. Try to throw the high knee, end up on his back. This is where Silveira wants to do his work. 3 minutes left in the second round. This is a 5-round fight. Let's not forget. This is a title fight to see who wins. They can do elbows in this fight. Though you guys that don't know. In the title fights, yeah, though in the title fights, they can do elbows. They just can't do them during the regular season fights, the 3-round fights. But in the title fights, they can, because now they have enough time to actually heal. So you're allowed to elbow from here. But it is very nice escape. Pressed off on the neck, kind of on the chest and the neck, and then able to hip escape and get back to his feet. That's just like brute strength, man. Phil Baroni used to do that shit to me. He's so strong. He would just like straight arm me and just like keep me off of him. You son of a gun. I see a lot of people criticizing the Alex Bahera fights, but he gets destroyed as soon as he fights a good wrestler. But let's be honest, at 205, outside of Curtis Blades, who were the good wrestlers? Oh, wait. That's the thing. Like, there's not a lot of, Curtis Blades is not even in the 205-pound division. So he's the heavyweight. I mean, I'm trying to think. Can you pull up the 205-pound division for the UFC? Let's see who's a good wrestler in that division. They've got a couple good guys in there, I believe. Ankalaev, but will Ankalaev wrestle? That's the question. He's good on the feet. He does have great wrestling. He just chooses not to use it. Rakic, how well will he come back after his injury? We're gonna find out. Who else? I don't know. I think that's pretty much it. Those are the guys that I can see. We're going to see. Ooh, Impa putting some pressure right now. This is round 2. Nice little head kick, step off. Ooh, nice uppercut. Short little close inside uppercut. Silveira looks tired. When you're fighting 5-round fights, these guys are fighting this fight like as if it's a 3-round fight. This is a 5-round fight. They're putting some good pace on this. Nicely done. I'd like to see Silveira snatch the single leg. Instead of trying to dip his head in and grab on a double, he's trying to put his head across the body to grab a double leg or get to the body lock. Just grab the single and pull it towards you. That'll make a difference on that back foot having balance. And that canvas, you can see, even when Derek Brunson was fighting earlier, it seems like it's slippery. So anytime you grab that foot and pull, the footing is not that great. Good second round, though. Good back and forth battle. I'm looking forward to seeing what's in the third round. Yes, there you go. Someone said Ankalaev in the wrestling. I agree. Ankalaev's got bomb wrestling. He just doesn't use it. He doesn't utilize it as much as he could. So I don't know, man. Like when you have that, like you have that weapon, like it's kind of sitting in your back pocket. He chooses not to use it. What else you got for me there, Dave?
I'm just reading through right now just to see if anyone has any. Let's go with Lazy Bed's question here. Hypothetical one, so we can have some fun with it. It's a MMA Black Friday sale. The UFC is willing to sell the contract of any fighter on the roster to PFL. If you're in charge of the PFL, what one UFC fighter do you bring over?
Ooh. Do I want to bring him over to? I mean, look, I look at certain guys. Right now, I think it would be Sean O'Malley, because I think right now everyone believes that the two best guys in the world right now is going to be Sean O'Malley and Patchy Mix. And I know Marab's in there. I know Aljo's in there. I know Henry's in there. Those guys, like I said earlier, any one of those guys could beat each other on any given day. So when I'm having this discussion with you guys, it's based off of who do I think would be the biggest fight right now for the PFL, and and for the fighters and with the merger with Bellator, it would be Sean O'Malley to take one of their biggest stars, bring him over to here, and have him fight who many are saying is the best bantamweight in the world in Patchy Mix. I think that would probably be the guy. And if I was to go the other way around, I would say maybe even Izzy. I would love to see Sean Strickland and Johnny Eblen fight. And I've heard how the sparring goes. I've heard the sparring is really, really intense and really good. But I would rather see probably maybe the Izzy fight. Izzy versus Johnny Eblen would be good. But I mean, I would like to see Sean and Johnny Eblen as well. Ooh, nice takedown. Is not in. Turn off the fence. Head's low. Got to switch to the single and pull him away as fast as he can.
Joe Bellamy, do you think Bo Nickel will become a champion at 185?
I think Bo Nickel will definitely be a contender. I haven't seen quite enough yet against top level competition. If he's going to be a champion, I know seems like he's got power in his hands. We saw that, I believe, in his last fight. He obviously has the wrestling. Does he have the submission savviness to avoid being submitted by top level 185-pound submission guys? I don't think there's a lot of good submission guys in the 185-pound division. So if you pull that division up, you've got who? You got Marvin Vettori, you got Cannonier, you've got who else you got? You got Robert Whitaker, you got Driscus, you've got Israel. You know who I would like to see him fight. Just my personal opinion is I would like to see him fight somebody of, say, Paulo Costa or Roman Dolidze level right now. Because he's talking a lot. Now, if his pay doesn't match that right now, then I'm okay with him waiting. Because I don't want him to lose not making a lot of money. I want him to lose, if he is going to lose, at least where he's in a better contract. And so I look at him and I go, hey, fight all the easy fights that you can, the ones that get you ready for that next level of competition. But once you sign that next contract, like how Sean O'Malley did, and then the level of competition jumped drastically right from there. And Sean performed, was able to get the win against Peter Yan, and the rest is history. Where I look at Bo Nickel, he's got to be in that same thing. When he finally gets past that beginning phase contract, I like to see him jump right away to someone like a Paulo Costa, someone like a Jared Cannonier or Robert Whitaker, someone along those lines, a Roman Dolidze. I'd like to see that type of fight right off the bat. I mean, I got to be honest, the fight to make for me personally would be the Chimaev versus Bo Nickel. Who doesn't want to see that? Tell me. Who doesn't want to see that fight? Silveira slowing down quite a bit, shooting desperation doubles, getting flattened out a little bit. He's got to keep pushing, though. He's got to keep putting the pace. His thing right now is that he's just not in shape. Like, he's in shape, but just the pace that Impa is able to put on him, sagging him. Ooh, threatening the choke. Oh, he's got the hook. Oh, that's deep. That's deep. Oh, he just let it go. Silveira was very nice on that. Oh, Impa. Impa's looking to attack again around the rear naked. He's got that. Looks like he's up the leg in. Sitting heavy on that right side. Kind of sagging on him a little bit. Making Silveira carry the weight. Silveira's already slowing down. Great job by Impa. This is what we talk about fight IQ. Dave, you understand this? I know Dave has a hard time using anything with IQ. But fight IQ, Dave, is when someone is utilizing his tools to slow his other opponent down, or just fighting in a way that it's really kind of making your opponent second guess everything inside the cage. He's doing a great job, man. Sagging him. Looks like he's trying to hit a little side choke there, but he couldn't get it.
You're taking heat for calling Driscus all the time.
Okay, so it's Drickus.
Yeah, read it right there.
Okay, I can't see it. Where is it?
Drickus.
Okay, go ahead. Let me see it. Where is it?
Drickus du Plessis.
He said Driscus. Okay, so it's what? Where is it at?
There's no S in the middle right here. See it? Number 2.
Oh, okay. Number 2. So it's Drickus.
Drickus.
All right, Drickus.
Even if you say Drickus, I guess it's better than Driscus.
I guess. I see Joey Duncan. Chimaev doesn't want that fight with Bo Nickel. You might be right, man. You might be right. Because we've seen the Chimaev, he slows down quite a bit after round 1 into round 2, especially if you make him wrestle. And I think that's exactly what Bo would do. Bo Nickel would make him wrestle and just try to break him by the first and second round, the end of the first and then into the second round. Nice job by Impa, man, pushing the head down, defending that takedown, pushing the head down between his legs, getting a wide stance against the fence. People don't understand how difficult it is to do that and then control. And then that was nice. Little chop of the elbow, sat him down right to the rear naked choke. He should have went right to the hook and then rolled him to the other side, but he didn't do it. Right there, you've got to get a better position on that. But at least he was able to follow to the top position. That was nice.
Watchman on the wall. What is Josh's current walk around weight?
You don't need to know that.
Fat.
Oh man, I would say I'm probably pushing about 180. Probably about 180. Yeah,
How am I smaller than you? And I've got like 10 inches on you.
10 inches. Really?
Yeah.
Well, you know what it is. You're smaller than me, like your weight. Like your
Yeah,
weight's smaller than me.
I'm like 178.
That's because you have a vagina. Oh man, it's great.
What the
These
heck?
guys, how Dave and I talk to each other off air. Oh
You better never run for president, or you're gonna be in big
no,
trouble.
I know I'll be in trouble. I don't think we have to worry about that. Everyone here, Bo smashes Chimaev. Bo is a high level grappler. Look, I agree. Bo probably is a very high level grappler. I can see that from him, some of his positionings. But all of that being said, when you get inside that cage, it's different. And I like when you're out on a jiu-jitsu mat and you're out training or you're out competing in jiu-jitsu, the lights are on, there's some excitement. Like I get all that, but it's not the same as getting punched in the face and having to utilize your jiu-jitsu. It's just different.
Are you was Danny Sabatello towering over you? Let me see. I'm gonna pull up
What are
this
you
picture.
what are you talking about?
I'm reading a comment that says Danny
Uh,
Sabatello towered over Josh. So
no,
now I got to see it for
he
myself.
it's the camera angle. He's in front of me. That
Yeah,
gives him
right.
that's true. It gives you an extra couple inches.
That's what she said.
Mm.
Let's see.
Oh, maybe that's what she tells you.
Let's see.
Let's see. What do you got?
All right, right here somewhere.
Right here. It's not
Oh, he's taller. Look at that.
Oh, geez, he is
Look
not
at
taller
that.
than me. Danny Sabatello is not taller than me.
Oh, no way. He's way taller.
Go back to Big John. Go back to Big John. Look at
Right here.
who's
See?
next. Look at that.
Big John's massive there.
AJ McKee is slightly shorter than Big John. Get out of here with that nonsense.
AJ's a tall dude.
He is tall. He's 5'11".
You know, John's not as tall as he looks on camera.
John's a big guy, man. John's what, 6'4", 6'3"? Big guy, big guy. I mean, he's probably shrunk a little bit in the old age. I love look at that. You guys see that picture right there? Yeah.
Damn, you're smaller than all these guys.
Bro, what are you talking about? In the back. Jeez. Silveira is round 4. Silveira got to do that work, man.
Where you got it right now?
I mean, I got Impa. Round 1 was close, and then I gave round 2, 3 to Impa. Impa's doing a great job stuffing all the takedowns. Silveira just coming up short. He's not able to close the distance. Impa's looking sharp right now with his stand-up. See, just like that. Silveira's slowing down enough to where Impa's still clean and crisp with the feet. With his boxing, a little bit of the inside kick, outside kick, doing a great job. And that's the other thing. When you start to get tired, you start thinking you're going to throw something and you don't throw it. And you just saw that right there with Silveira. I'm going to try to put something underneath this thing here so I can elevate it a little bit for you guys. All right, what else you got? Yeah, I just look at Silveira. Silveira's not able to close that distance. He can't get within grappling range, can't get within range to clinch, try to get this fight to the ground. I think Impa's got the power. He's still clean and crisp with his takedown defense and the striking. So he's doing a great job. I mean, I got to be honest. I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing Johnny Eblen go to 205 and fight the winner of this.
Does he like?
He's not a big 80. He's not a big 85 pounder.
Wait, but he's not a big 85er, or he's too big for 85?
No, he's not a big 85 pounder. He's about average on the 85 pound weight class.
So how would he go? How would he go up?
I'm just saying that I think he's got the ability to his level of wrestling, his level of mixing up the combinations. I think makes a stylistically a good fight for him. Both these guys. Because Silveira would struggle to get him down. Not saying he couldn't, but I'm saying he'd struggle to get him down. And Impa on the feet would maybe give him a little bit of some fits, but then I think Johnny's wrestling would be able to get him down.
Kevin from Chicago asks, is Sean Strickland a draw?
Absolutely. How is he not? Absolutely. I think the way he talks, the way, look, I'm not saying I agree with things that come out of his mouth, but it gets people to tune in. It gets people to. He has that Floyd Mayweather effect. It makes people want to think. It makes people want to see him lose, or it makes people want to see him win, depending on which side of the fence you're on. And so, with Sean, I don't even know if he believes a lot of what he's saying. I know it's not a shtick. Apparently, this is kind of, he's just a wild guy, and he enjoys he just enjoys being him, and if that's the way he is, that's cool. That's great. Look, I enjoy watching him fight. He's got a style that I think a lot of people can enjoy watching. It's that little peekaboo, kind of like what they call it, the Philly shell style. I like that, man. I like, he's one of the first guys, not one of the first guys, he's one of the only guys to really make it effective. Bobby Green does it really well. He does it really well. There's another fighter I can't remember off the top of my head that does it really well also. But I look at this and I think, man, he's got it. He's got something that makes it complicated for others to try and train for and replicate. And Johnny Eblin even said, he's like, look, when I go and train with him and spar with him, he's like, man, he's so hard to deal with. He's hard to deal with because he's like, it's just something you can't really, there's no one else you can train with that helps you prepare for that. And he's so relaxed. He spars so many rounds. He doesn't really get hit as much. He understands the distance and the range. If you can't get him down, you're going to be stuck in his world. And that makes for fun fights. All the fans talk about, oh, it's so boring. These guys lay and pray in this wrestling. Well, he's the opposite. He's the complete opposite of what people complain about. And it's fun to watch. It's fun to watch him fight. I enjoy it. I thought he put on a masterclass against Izzy. I mean, he made it look easy. Just dominant performance. Great job by him.
And guys, in between fights, we'll get to some of these announcements. Bobby Green got a replacement. Anthony Smith stepping in, and they announced Anaheim. We'll get to these things in between fights, just so that we can fill that space and Josh can cover the fights for you guys. Somebody had a good question here.
Let me ask the fans a question. Let me ask all you guys that are listening. How do you guys score this fight so far? This Impa and Silveira fight. Right now, I've got it. I think I probably gave round 1 to Silveira, I think, is if I'm thinking correctly. Rounds 2, 3, 4 so far go to Impa. I've got Impa kind of running away with it. So if you guys put down below what you got. Who do you guys think are winning? What's the score?
And by the way, I'm just hearing Kayla's comments right now. She basically said, I heard PFL bought Bellator, and there's somebody in Bellator who thinks she's a bad B or something like that. Let's find out who the baddest is. So, she called it Cyborg.
Yeah, that's good. It's good. I mean, that's what we want to see, right? But look, I think what you're going to see first, though, is you're going to see Chris Cyborg fight Larissa Pacheco. Larissa Pacheco, if she does win tonight, she should fight her first. I mean, that realistically, I think should happen first. I mean, if you're looking to have champions versus champions, you can't have Kayla Harrison and Chris Cyborg fight first. But we'll see what happens. We'll see how they decide to do it. Because if you're looking at these fights, right, you're going to have the 145-pound champ Patricio hopefully fight sometime at the end of February or March is when they're looking to have that fight happen in the champions versus champion. So Silveira's coming on right now. I mean, Impa looks like he's getting a little bit tired now off that back foot, and Silveira looks like he's finally caught his second win, and he's letting it go. It might be not enough, too late, whatever that saying is.
Too little, too late.
Too little, too late. Thanks for the save. Yeah, Silveira landed some clean shots right now. Gonna have to get him out of there. This is sometimes a problem when you're running away with a fight and you feel like you're doing well. Ooh, big right hand, though, by Impa. Nice job. In the clinch. Oh, I'd rather have him fight against Conor just because I know that's how much of a bigger payday. I mean, that's as we go on with the red panty night, that's retirement money. The fight against Conor is retirement money. I think what happens is if Conor fights against Chandler, and if he does get a win, I could see Conor leapfrogging everyone and fighting the winner of Charles or Justin against Islam. And so I could see that happening. Silveira's got a minute 36, 35 to get this win. He's got to get a finish, though. At least that's the way I have it scored. How do you guys have it scored? You have it 4-0. Somebody else has it 4-0 also. I thought the first round was close. What is a do? Oh, I was like, what is a durag? A durag? No, I'm not wearing a durag. Come on, come on, man. All right, I'm gonna take the hat off. I'm gonna go free willy for you guys.
Sensei John Cress. Josh, who was the best fighter in the gym you trained with that couldn't perform under the lights?
Tomas Dions. Tomas Dions, man. That guy was so good. He could power double Luke Rockhold, take him down. Same thing. Like Andre Fialos. He was very good. He has good wrestling, just doesn't utilize it when he fights. But I would say Tomas Dions, really good Savat champion from France. Speed, kickboxing, all of those things. And we've had this conversation with him. I trained with him. I used to train him at Kung Lee's. And then I trained him when he came over to AKA. He left Kung Lee's and came over to AKA with me. When I left Kung's, and I was never really at Kung's. I was just coaching there. And he wanted to come and train over at AKA. And I told him, yeah, he was more than welcome to come. So I battled a little bit for him to come over to AKA. Can't. Never left. He's now basically like the kickboxing coach there for the fight team. He's a fantastic person. He's got a ton of knowledge. He catches kicks, where he's got the foot, one hand over, one hand under. He basically takes you down from there. He elevates your foot from there. He does so much stuff. Nice little dance there, buddy boy. Impa with the little hip thrust. That's how Podcast Dave dances. Yeah, it would be him. We've had some other guys. I got to be honest. We've had other fighters that have come in with world-class accolades. There was a good friend of mine that I was friends with and still, haven't talked to him since he left AKA. It was a guy named Eric Deuce. Eric Deuce was a phenomenal wrestler. And he had one fight. And he wasn't the same fighter. He was a beast inside the cage and inside the gym. But when he got inside the ring and he fought an Ultimate Athlete, he fought Mike Guyman, who they called him the Joker. Just didn't have it, man. Took a shot, and after he got hit, just basically gave up, and the fight was over. It was over quick. A couple other guys, I'm gonna not mention their names and stuff, but a couple other guys as well. So we've had fighters that have come through with all the talent in the world, and they were beasts inside the gym. Just they didn't have it when the lights turned on. So, but we're gonna find out how this fight actually went. Everyone was saying 4-0. I mean, how did you score the fifth round? You guys give it to Impa as well? We're gonna find out. Dave, can you hear it when they talk?
Do you want me? I can probably turn my speaker on here if you want. I just don't know.
I don't know we're allowed to, are we?
Probably not. It's pay-per-view.
Yeah, I don't want to get shut down.
Yeah.
If seconds of it, I think they would end up probably trying to shut it down.
Do you have closed caption on them?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't have closed caption as an option because
Got it.
Wait.
Yeah.
Maybe I do. Let me see.
Oh. Maybe I do. Oh, I love when he talks in his Scottish accent.
No, I'm not gonna mess with it. I'm already. Okay.
All right. What else you got for us?
NKS 432. Why does Aljo have to fight every 4 months, but John gets to keep his belt over a year while inactive? I don't know if those two things go together, but
yeah, I don't think that they go together either. But then also too, why does Aljo have to fight every 4 months? Well, Aljo doesn't need to. Aljo needs to like Aljo for Aljo, he just needs to stay busy and make as much money as he possibly can, which I believe he did. But I look at with John, you've got to look at Aljo was just currently the champ. John Jones has been the champ for how long? I mean, it's unprecedented what he's done. And the guys like him get a little bit of leeway. Not a little bit, they get a lot of leeway. Now, I know he's got a murky background, in terms of outside the cage, but inside the cage, he's always performed and you can't knock him. And so I think the promotion understands that. And that's the way this is the way it goes, man. There's nothing you can do about it. He has paid his dues inside that cage. Outside of the cage, you just say and do whatever you want about him. But inside the cage, he's paid his dues. And so when it comes down to he tore his bicep or hurt himself, and then now he's gonna have to wait to come back, that's what's gonna happen. You have to wait to come back.
Gino, obviously you are a Bellator guy, but which PFL champion can beat a Bellator champ?
Ooh, you know, I don't know right now. I honestly I don't know, and I'm not taking a dig at the fighters at the P. I'm definitely not doing that. I think Sadabusi is probably the one that maybe has a chance, but that is only based off of what I've seen just right now. And I think Jason Jackson beats Sadabusi, but I think both of them make for a great fight. It's going to be a great fight. But I look at guys like Logan Storley, who is the kryptonite, who's not even the champion. He's the kryptonite to someone like Sadabusi. Okay, the wrestling, the ability to get takedowns, his griminess, all that stuff. Logan Storley could be that guy. I also look at Amosov. Amosov, people want to say he had a bad night. No, I don't think he had a bad night against Jason Jackson. Jason Jackson just made him look like he was out of sort that night. He couldn't get anything going. But Sadabusi and Jason Jackson, they don't fight. Even though they're both stand-up guys, they don't fight the same. And so I think that there's more opportunities for somebody like for Amosov to get Sadabusi down. But look, what we're gonna see right now is we're gonna see it. We're gonna see this is 205. You know, I don't know.
Crazy.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say crazy to think this guy just came over to PFL and freaking like you'd look at him in UFC and you'd think like, all right, middle of the pack, but now here he is, world champ and $1 million richer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, look, a lot of the guys that left the UFC, you know, Jeremy Stevens, Anthony Pettis, Rory McDonald, they all left. They tried to get this paycheck because they thought it was going to be easier. And it's proven, we've said this time and time again, that there's good fighters in every organization and styles make matchups. There's just no way around it. I can't change how one fighter prepares for a fight versus the other, you know, and it's just when they get inside the cage, the matchups make a difference. And you know, but I look at this right now. This is at what weight class? This is at 205. At 205. I mean, I look at him and then I look at Nemkov. And I look at him, I look at Corey Anderson. And nothing against Impa. I thought he looked great tonight. I thought that was a dominant performance. I can't see him beating either one of those guys. And that's not a dig at him. You know, he's got power in his hands. He's got kicking abilities. He showed tonight that he can wrestle and take down defense. But I mean, like Nemkov is he's talking about going to heavyweight because he's tired of making the weight. So that's if I look at Impa and I look at Nemkov, the size difference will just it'll be huge. I mean, Joaquin Buckley is not a big 85 pounder, you know, and when I saw Joaquin Buckley and him inside the cage together, they're not much different in size. He's a little bit thicker, I think, around the legs, you know, probably more dense muscle and bone, maybe because he's maybe a little bit taller than Joaquin Buckley, but he's not a big 205 pounder, Impa. And so, but I look at Corey Anderson's a big 205 pounder. Nemkov is a big 205 pounder. Those guys are enormous, man. Phil Davis is not a small 205 pounder. He's decent size. Julius Angliskis, not a small 205 pounder. I know there's some guys that I'm missing that are in there for the Bellator that came over with the Bellator. So I'm looking forward to it, man. We will see. We will see how it all pans out. We will see how it all pans out. It makes for fun, man. This is great conversation right now on what's going to be next for these guys, how they do it. I'm looking at the champs right now in Bellator and the champs over in the PFL, the ones that are winning tonight, the ones that are going to face each other, and it's gonna be a little bit of uphill battle for the PFL guys. But hey, it's a fight. Anything can happen. Anything can happen. Look at what Impa brings. He brings speed. He's got power in his hands. The mixture of the kicks. He showed tonight. He's got takedown defense. He doesn't settle. When he gets taken down, he doesn't settle. He tries to get back up to his feet. So that'll be key when he fights somebody, you know, like Nemkov, or whether he fights Nemkov or if there is somebody else that's there. We're gonna find out. Because I saw Nemkov at the last. I saw Nemkov. I don't know if I saw him at was it? I think it was at 300. I saw him. He is not making 205 anytime soon. I can tell you that. He is not making 205 anytime soon. That guy is big.
Guys, I am a little behind in the questions. You know,
Mhm.
Josh likes to ramble on, so
Yes,
I
I
am
do.
gonna. But Gino asks, obviously you're a Bellator guy, but which PFL champion can beat a Bellator champ?
We've already asked. We just asked that one.
Oh, did we just ask that
Yeah.
one?
Good job, buddy.
Um,
You just
sorry,
asked me that question.
I'm writing timestamps. I'm managing my laptop over here. I was posting on X that we're live right now.
Look,
Sorry.
look at this. This is 205. That's Impa on the left. That's Jason Jackson. That is the 170-pound champ for Bellator.
Big deal.
205 on the left, 170 on the right. That's what I'm getting at right here. Like, now he is small compared to Nemkov. He's small compared to Corey Anderson. Not super small, Jason Jackson, but those guys are bigger than Jason Jackson. And Impa is smaller than Jason Jackson, who's our 175-pound champ, our 170-pound champ. This is the fight I'm really excited about. Sada Busi and Magomed Karamov. Magomed Karamov is great wrestler. I believe they fought before. Karamov was able to out wrestle him, take him down. Sada Busi has been able to kind of remedy the wrestling issues. He's been able to kind of get better at the takedown defense, especially against the cage, utilizing his tall length and getting the wider stance, all of those things. And look, I believe he's from Sweden. I believe Sada Busi is. There's a big branch of now. There's a bunch of good fighters coming out of Sweden right now. And I know that Bellator was supposed to go to Sweden several times, and we just couldn't for some. I know COVID got in the way one time, and we were supposed to go right after COVID ended, and we never went. But I got to be honest, man, there is a lot of new young talent that's coming out of there, especially talent that can not wrestle, but jiu-jitsu, that have good jiu-jitsu that are coming out of there.
Is it Gustafson? Is that where?
Yeah, Gus is out there, but then there's also like a group. Latifi is out there, or was out there. I mean, he's from that area. But I mean, I look at Sada Busi, he's got good stand-up, right? Gus has good stand-up. But the wrestling and the jiu-jitsu has gotten a lot better out there in Sweden. And so I'm looking to see how those guys, when they start kind of coming over, because I know there was a lot of talk, and I know that they had to kind of have the deal done. Bellator did with doing a show over there. And then I believe COVID hit in March. We were actually planning to go that same year in 2020 to Sweden, and it never happened because of the COVID and then coming out and what we were able to do. There was a lot of that talk, but I was really looking forward to going to Sweden. It's like one of my bucket lists too, like countries I want to go to. Switzerland and Sweden are like my two bucket list places. But this should be a good fight. This should be a really good fight. All right, Dave, talk to me. I want to hear you. I want to give me some responses, guys. What are you guys thinking so far? I know there's no Big John and I'll be talking back and forth. I think Dave's doing a good job kind of filling in a little bit. He is,
So we're 2 fights deep. Sorry, Brunson's fight as well. Actually, I mean, 2 fights deep on live, 3 fights deep altogether. What's your thought on kind of how the night's rolling out? I mean, we've got 3 unanimous decisions now. What's your kind of feeling about the excitement around this card right after the purchase? Are we living up to the hype?
Well, I think what you're seeing is the fighters that are fighting, whoever wins this fight, I think a lot of people are tuning in to see how they fight tonight, to see how well they match up against the fighters who fought last week and then a couple weeks back at 300 and 301. And so they're wanting to know how those fighters matched up. How when they're seeing these guys in the PFL, how do they match up with the fighters who just fought? I mean, Usman's going to be out for a little bit, so the lightweight title fight is not going to happen. Chris Wade and Bubba, they are not fighting tonight, and so I don't know how they plan on doing that whole thing. Will they carry on with the lightweight World Grand Prix, which the finals are up next? Who is going to be in the finals of the lightweight World Grand Prix? Usman being suspended for a while, and do you bring Brent Primus in, or do you bring in AJ McKee? Someone who was guaranteed to be the alternate. A lot of questions to be answered still that the PFL will have to answer, and I think here shortly. But this is a good fight.
Who do you think from Bellator is gonna be eager to get into that tournament next year with PFL. You know, because they're doing the one-off fights. There'll be one-off fights, and there's going to be the league. Who from Bellator are you kind of looking at 55 and being like, they're for sure going to want to get in on that season?
Well, look, a lot of these guys are making good money right now as it is. I know AJ just had re-signed as of recently and has a really good contract. Probably guys that will look to get into this tournament for the opportunity to make $1 million every time that they fight it will probably be like the younger fighters. Usman, I think, see him doing it a couple times if he has success. But his kryptonite might be that he came at the wrong time. It might be that he came at the wrong time as that Shabli came. Shabli could be thinking the same thing. I maybe came at the wrong time that Usman came. The two of them together, they're nasty. And then you got Tofik Mosayev too. He's in the mix. You have really good lightweights that are really good on the feet. And I've trained with Alexander Shabli, and I know how good Usman Nurmagomedov is. And so I know that they're both good on the wrestling department. I know they're both good on the feet, and I look at how well that they can perform. And you've got other guys. You got Islam Mamedov. He's also there, who's a really good wrestler. Got a good top position. You've got, let's not count Sidney Outlaw out. This guy can, his last name is Outlaw, and he's an outlaw. He's someone that just kind of does things at the beat of his own drum kind of thing, but he can fight. He's got good jiu-jitsu. I mean, he came up short against AJ McKee, but he was able to control AJ. But AJ was able to land more shots from the bottom, and AJ ended up winning the fight because of that, because he did more damage in that fight from the bottom. So this is going to be a good fight right here. You got Magomed Karamov versus Sadabusi. How much can Sadabusi stop the takedowns? That's what we're really kind of getting into right here. Will he be really timid on the feet? Will he let his kicks and his punches go?
I'm just trying to pull for you guys.
What's that? Are you trying to pull?
I'm just trying to pull for everybody just to kind of get your votes on who you think's going to win this one. Josh, you want to make a pick?
Ooh.
Give these guys a little bit of reason to vote.
Yeah. I mean, I look at it a couple different ways, but I think Sadabusi, with the confidence that he has, is going to be key. I just think that Magomed Karamov's wrestling is going to be too much. I would like to see Sadabusi win. The reason why is because I think him and Jason Jackson would be a fantastic fight. Two guys on the feet. Jason Jackson can wrestle. Both have similar body styles. I'd like to see if the two of them face off in the center of the cage. I'd like to see. I'd like to see who he is. I'd like to see Sadabu and Jason Jackson, see what the height difference is, see kind of how they match up.
This poll is close right now.
Oh, is it?
It's a very close split right now. I'm very curious to see where this lands.
See,
I'll run it till the fight starts. Josh, you're a little ahead of me on the live stream, so you just need to tell me when the bell goes off, and I'll end the poll and see where we're at. So then my other question was, Kayla Harrison fought at 150 tonight against Aspen Ladd. Has to get down another 5 pounds to compete against Cyborg. What does that extra 5 pounds do? Does it do anything? And how does Kayla's performance tonight, in your opinion, look against Cyborg's last performance?
I don't think it does anything to her performance, because I know that she was more concerned about having to lose that weight every single time in a tournament. You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. She was more concerned about that. I don't think now that she doesn't have to do that, she can just cut to 145 the one time and then give her body a full time to recover before she ever has to fight again. That weight cut getting down to 45 is drastic. So I think she can get to 45, have a good performance against her, and who knows, she may perform extremely well. I think it's not gonna be easy to close that distance against Chris Cyborg. To get within that range, to lock her up, it's not going to be easy. The one place that Chris lacks, though, is the wrestling and the submissions. I mean, you got to think, Chris has been fighting for a long time. She has one submission on her record where she subbed somebody, and that was Arlene Blanco, and that wasn't until she got to Bellator. And so outside of that, it's been all about the her stand-up, her ability to stuff takedowns, do damage on top, just overwhelm her opponents. And Kayla, not having as much experience in that department, will she get overwhelmed? We're going to find out. I look at Larissa Pacheco, that fight with me with Larissa Pacheco, that fight is like Larissa is not someone to take a step back. I look at her almost like another Amanda Nunes, like someone who will take a shot to give a shot. And you know that Larissa's not going to probably try to take Chris Cyborg down, and Chris Cyborg's not going to probably try to take Larissa down. You would think that those two fighters are going to have to be face to face and fight first before Kayla and Chris fight. I think that's the way that they're gonna put. If you're gonna have champ versus champ, you can't leave those two fighters out there. But Larissa's got to get the win tonight. She's fighting Marina Mohaknatina.
It looks like this is ready to start, so just keep me posted. But quickly, if you can, Impa versus Nemkov, kind of based on Impa's performance tonight, kind of how do you match that one up?
I mean, you guys saw right there, I put Jason Jackson next to Impa, and Jason Jackson towers over Impa, and Nemkov is bigger than Jason Jackson. Physically, thicker, taller, all of those things than Jason Jackson. I think it would just, he's at 205. I don't know. And there's nothing against Impa. It just, that weight class for Impa, it maybe works for him right now. But what you're going to see is a resettling of where these fighters feel like they can get they feel like they were able to get away with their weight classes now. But these new range of Bellator fighters coming in, they're gonna start restructuring where they do their business. It won't be in the same weight classes. We're about to start. About to touch glove. Jared the ref. They started. Who did the fans pick?
All right, let's see who the fans picked in this one. You guys picked 53% Sai, 46% Magomed Kerimov. Wow.
Well, the win, Magomed Kerimov's already got one win over Sada Busi, and he was able to out-wrestle him. Sada Busi seems like he has fixed that problem, but this is exactly where Kerimov needs to fight, right here. He's going to try to fight him in this clinch area and wait for Sada Busi to try to knee and then lift, catch the leg. There you go. Nice little backhand inside to try to break his balance. This could be a fun fight. You see Jason Jackson in that corner there, trying to looking on.
Can see where it's at. Cool. I just want to make sure it's good on all my screen.
This little over under, like Sada Busi's got good knees, good clinch work. He'll try to probably break. There's elbows allowed. He'll try to break and throw the elbow off this and throw the knee also. In a 5-round fight, getting started early with the knees is very important. If you guys go back and watch my first Gilbert fight, every opportunity I was given, I try to knee to the body to Gilbert, try to kick to the body on Gilbert, because with him, he was known for his cardio, and I had trained with him for a couple of years. I knew that he had good pressure. I knew that he liked to push the pace. I knew all of those things, so I knew that I had to take advantage of that situation by getting started with the knees early.
Did you ever train with him in between the other fights, thinking that you were never potentially going to fight him again?
No, No, we kind of always knew that it would all run back to us. We kind of figured that out, knowing the fight. Ooh, nice takedown, little step behind. This is where I felt like he was going to live. See,
and I see Jason Jackson's watching.
Yeah, and the thing is, the difference for me with Jason Jackson, when you go back to the Amosov fight, this is that side choke. He looks like he's setting up that side choke. Big shots. That was a little bit of back of the head. The ref's got to be cautious of watching that. Nice job of getting back up to his feet. Nice wrist control. The difference, though, when you watch the Amosov fight with Jason Jackson, every time they got into this clinch area, he would throw the knees, he'd make space, and he'd let the combinations go. Whereas Sadabu right here, this is where Magomed Kerimov, it wants the fight to take place. Don't hang out in this range right here. He's got to break carefully. He's got to break and then make space and make him pay. But he seems like he's comfortable here, but he just got taken down. So I don't know how long. If I was Sadabusi's corners, I'd be telling him, hey, we need to make some space. Use that. Use the reach and the range and all of those things to your advantage. Oh, nice shot off the break. That's how you got to make him pay. Every time that he doesn't get the takedown, you got to hit him with a shot. Let him know, hey, You keep trying to take me down, I'm gonna keep trying to make you pay. I tend to have a tendency to ignore you most of the time. Well, but only when John's here. Prep notes. I'm doing prep notes. Nice little head kick out of there. Gotta try to. Yeah, if you guys want to follow us over at onlyfans.com/weighing-in. John and I are the first podcast that they have worked with. They are trying to get over some athletes and premier athletes over there. They have been able to do that with the guidance of us a little bit here. And they've got AJ McKee on there. They've got Luke Rockhold. They've got Charles Oliveira is on there. Chris Cyborg is on there. They're also work with Formula One racers. What's that? Oh, PFL is on there as well. They actually sponsor. Yep, they're one of the biggest sponsors for the PFL, along with Celsius and other companies. Yeah, Air Force Reserve is on there. Great stuff, man. Great stuff. So if you guys want to follow us, subscribe to us over there. We don't charge for our platform. You guys come over. We just post extra content there. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. Ooh, big right hand right there by Magomed Karamov. And this is what I was afraid of, is when you know that you're going to be taken down, or you know your opponent wants to take you down, you have a tendency to back away with your chin up. So you have a chin, so you can try to get your hips away from them so you can stuff the takedowns or get the underhooks. You're more concerned about the takedown, so your hands stay a little bit low so you can get those underhooks to stop the takedown. I'd like to see Sadabusi make some space. Give him a little shoulder shrug to the jaw and then come over the top with a little elbow. Something like that. That'd be nasty and nice. All right, let's get back over here. Let me see. Where's Dave with the comments? Okay, let me get over here and check out these comments for you guys.
All right, here I'm back.
Oh, he's back.
Yeah, when I come off the split screen, no one can hear me. I can just feed you information privately.
Oh, let's see.
Let's see. I had a good question in here. A good question in here somewhere. Where was it? Nope, it's not that one. There's another one down here.
Who's this Lazy Bed one? Let's check out Lazy Bed.
Which one? Whereabouts? Lazy Bed. Josh, you're offered $2 million guaranteed plus pay-per-view points by the Saudis for a celebrity boxing match, but you have to draw 100K buys at least. Who are you choosing for your opponent?
I think it's easy, man. I think the history's already been shown. I think you pick Nate Diaz. I mean, the guy can draw. I've got to win over him. I think it just makes sense. I mean, that's something that I think that people would probably want to tune in for. You could use the marketing of the win already, even though I know it was done with a kick. But I mean, the striking between the two of us would be fun. I would love to do a boxing match with him. You know, I'm not opposed to doing one with Benson. I'm not opposed to doing one with Anthony Pettis. I'm not opposed to doing kickboxing matches with them. It's more of the grappling. I think for MMA guys, right, coming back, it's more of the grappling and the wrestling and all that stuff that as you get older, you just don't want to do anymore. So the kickboxing and boxing definitely is there. Nice little foot sweep off the Magomed Karamov. This is a good little fight. The trickiness of Karamov to get the takedowns. Nicely done. You see Jason Jackson, keep an eye out. He's looking to see what this is what's available for Jason Jackson right now is to see how Karamov chooses to try and get takedowns against someone very similar body style of himself, of Jason Jackson.
Nose GX01. Do you think PFL continue the co-promotion with Ryzen, or is that over?
Ooh, I don't know. I think that relationship. Ooh, nice little foot trip. I think that relationship, if Scott Coker is to be brought on or to work with them in any facet of it, I think that there's a good chance that relationship will stay. I mean, how wild would that be, right? You got PFL, you got Bellator, and you got Ryzen. If you had all three of them that were able to bring their champions in for like a year-end show, whoo, that'd definitely be fun.
I mean, they'd be doing the Olympics without the UFC pretty much, right? I mean, that's like that's like the next big thing to the UFC.
I've been saying this for years, man. You go back and watch my Joe Rogan podcast that I did with him. I said, hey, Nice foot sweep again. If you brought in all the biggest promotions and you didn't have to bring all their champions, you just put the best fighters that they have that you stylistically made sense for the fans and say like, hey, these are the fights that we really want to see. These two are getting after it, man. Karamov with some nice takedowns. Oh, beautifully done. Just not able to control the ground position. Great job by Sadabusi of just bouncing, hitting the hip and bouncing up.
All right, I have a question for you.
Uh-huh.
Not trying to be too controversial here, but are you thrilled as a promoter in the last fight, the 205 fight, to be handed out $1 million for that?
I mean, yeah, because you are. I think you are. I thought it was a good fight. Like you're looking for a good fight. You know, you want to get your money's worth if you're the promoter, and if you're and you want to make sure that your fans, if you listen to Don Davis when he was talking with Ariel, he wants the fans to get what their money's worth. You know, so for $50, you're getting a pretty good card for. So far, it's been a good card for $50. I wouldn't even say a pretty good card. They're fighting their butts off. You know, this fight is really good. I know the Impa and Silveira fight was a little bit more one-sided, but Silveira had some good shots, some good combinations in there. Kayla Harrison fight was one-sided. It was a 3-round fight, though. The Ray Cooper fight was one-sided with Brunson, but it was a 3-round fight, though. You know, and you don't know what you're going to get. You know, when you bring in, you know, with Brunson, you're bringing him in. You know, it's first fight there. He's going to come in ready and in shape, or is he going to be like, you know what? Because we've seen it before. Some former UFC fighters come in like, oh, I'm too good. I don't need to worry about this. And then they end up losing. And that wasn't the case. He came in shape. He looked good. He looked lean for his fight. You know, had good control, utilizes wrestling. Sadabusi's looking good right now.
Dershut says you would sleep Nate again.
Who does?
Dershut says you would sleep Nate again. But would you sleep him with the hands though? I don't know.
I don't know. He's got a pretty. I mean, I hit him with a. So he's got a good chin, man. I wouldn't say I would sleep him, but I think it'd be a fun boxing match. Yeah, I'd have to be in phenomenal shape to withstand his pressure. He doesn't have a lot of power. He's not the fastest fighter. Nice little inside jab right there by Karamov. Sadabusi looking good though. Good footwork there. Nice straight right.
Chris and ND, Dave and Josh, what are the chances in your opinion Nate fights in PFL-Bellator?
I don't think there's any chance.
No, zero.
I think there's zero chance. I mean,
already called it the B leagues.
Well, I mean, like you could say it, but the thing is, if they were willing to pay them the 15 million or the 20 million, I mean, how much more would he make fighting Connor? I mean, look, this is what it's doing. This is what Don Davis did. He put the ball in UFC's court to say, hey, if you're not going to pay Nate Diaz this much money to fight Connor for that trilogy fight, we're going to pay him that. And he's going to come with us. That would be a huge blow. So the UFC is on right now. UFC is put on notice. If you're not going to pay me $15 million or more to fight Connor, I can go fight over here. That's you're being put on notice. And I thought that was a brilliant strategy. That's a brilliant strategy by Don Davis and the PFL to do that.
Very smart.
It's making them spend money they don't want to spend. They were hoping to get, be able to pay Nate Diaz, 8 to 10 million. What'd you do?
No, I was clicked on a website that obviously had ads galore, so it just freaking killed me. That's what I get for clicking on a
porn site. You're on a porn site. You got to lay off all that porn, buddy.
Yeah, needs must.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
I was smart by PFL, but I still don't see Nate going there.
I think in the weight class, to answer someone's question that asked earlier, is there one weight class that they could potentially beat the Bellator champion? I look at this. I'm not saying I don't think that they will. I'm just saying that it's a very competitive fight. I think you got Magomed Karamov and you've got Sadabusi. These two guys are fantastic strikers. They're both good on the feet. And then Karamov is good at takedowns. Sadabusi is good at takedown defense. So I look at these guys and I'm thinking to myself, all right, well, this makes for a very good fight. I feel like if anything, this fight or this weight class just got a hell of a lot deeper. by adding these two fighters, and I know there's other fighters in this weight class, but you add those two fighters mixed in with the Bellator guys, that's a stacked weight class. That's a stacked weight class. I'd like to see a tournament. Now, if you're gonna do another like World Grand Prix, like a Bellator style tournament, instead of having it in PFL in a league type thing, in a season type thing, I would say this would be the weight class. You've got these two. Oh, guillotine. That looks deep. He's got no. Oh, it's deep. It's deep. Yeah, he's in. Oh, man. Made a mistake. Head down. I thought it was going to be the wrestling that did it, but it was just one mistake.
Ruben Rafi, you guys need a timer if you be doing these watch-alongs, Dave. Yes, sir. That's a good idea, and I will work on it for the next one.
That is true. Yeah, I got to just spit it out more where we're at in this timer situation. You probably weren't on the same time as me, maybe. I don't know.
I was gonna just try and pull remember we used to do a 5-round main event? I was gonna pull the timer I have for that, but it's only a minute long, I think, or a minute 20 or something. So I can't just pull. I gotta build it from scratch.
Oh, okay.
If we want it to look good. You know me, I don't.
Is there no way of just like pulling the timer from the PFL?
No, not without problems.
And I wonder too if that'd be a copyright thing.
No, because I could literally crop it down to that. You got me wondering now. You got me wondering. Problem is I can't leave.
Come to me for more life hacks. Go ahead.
Well, the challenge is that I'm on a slower thing, so I'm behind you. So it wouldn't even work that way. But and the other challenge is anytime I navigate away from you, I've got like different screens. Whenever I change screens, it's going to mess it up. So let me think about it, guys. Let me think about it. I can do it. I can do it. I'll find a way to do it.
I'm gonna try to elevate this my thing.
Which thing?
My screen here.
Oh.
I saw you guys looking at my butt. I saw that. What else? Give us some more questions, guys. Come on. I'm here all night to take questions from you guys. That's why we're doing this. I wanted to have some fun with you guys, and and I know that Big John's not here tonight, so I know you guys are have to suffer through listening to me, but John and I talked about doing this, and I was like, you know what? Let's keep it going. If you guys haven't heard, Big John is going through some family stuff. His dad's not doing well, and so I wanted you guys to, if you guys could, please send him over some positive vibes, and I want to thank you guys so much. Hit him up on Twitter or on his Instagram, whatever it is, on his last post for his Instagram, whatever it is. Just be positive, please. Some positive energy is always nice.
It's not that free stream is stressful. It's just that I'd rather not just pull. Yeah, I'm reading the comments. Don't worry, guys. I'll get the timer on there. Don't worry, I'll get the timer on there. I'll get on for the next one. There's an easy way I can do it. I just gotta do it.
What else you got for us? I can see this one. Steve Rivera. How is Sam Diggs doing? I think Stammy's doing well, man. I just chatted with him just through text probably about 2 weeks ago, and he's doing well. Things are going well. He's got family stuff going on at home, and always a great guy, man. Always one of my all-time favorite guys. Always got good energy and fun to be around. I think he's a little bit more tired now. He's got a little one, so he's a little bit more tired with the daily life stuff, but he's doing good.
Is his kid and my youngest the same age?
I think so. I think they're probably pretty close.
Yeah, I gotta go see. I gotta go on his shit right now and see.
What else you got for us?
Josh, do you teach martial arts? From Kevin. Not
I
anymore.
used to. I don't teach it anymore. I may get back into it now that I live in Texas. I sold my gyms in California and stuff. So I think we're working on maybe doing something maybe here in Texas, but we'll see. As much as people talk about Texas this, Texas that, I have noticed that they don't have a really big wrestling, they don't have a really big wrestling following or big wrestling. Wrestling's not a big sport here. I know, look, Bo Nickel, I know like the Ferrari brothers, I know all that stuff. I got it, but it's not ingrained in like football here is first. Baseball and soccer is like second, both tied for second. And you got lacrosse kind of making a slide into that third spot, kind of, third, fourth spot, whatever it is. It's wrestling's not even in the mix in terms of combat sports and all the other things. Look at this. So when I'm looking at these guys, right, Jason Jackson and Magomed Karamov, look at Impa. Impa was way smaller than Jason Jackson. Magomed Karamov is bigger than Impa. And so to say that Impa is going to fight at Nemkov, that to me is I look at it as Nemkov. I don't even know if Nemkov can make the weight anymore because he's made it clear he wants to go to heavyweight. But I'm looking forward to this fight. You've got Magomed Karamov versus Jason Jackson. Yaroslav Amosov was undefeated at 27-0. He's got good wrestling, good stand-up. Magomed Karamov, a different style of wrestling, a different style of stand-up. But I think this makes for a very, very fun fight. Jason Jackson and Magomed Karamov could be a fun fight. Going to be a fun fight. And Magomed Karamov, he gets to train for basically the same, very similar style fighter. The way that they kickbox, the way they fight. Now, I know they are different. Look, Jason Jackson has really good wrestling, very underrated wrestling. And he may try to wrestle Magomed Karamov and take him down, put him on his back and control his position because he's got good ground and pound, but he's got good takedown defense. He's got good striking. Jason Jackson's a beast, man. So I'm looking forward to this. But if I was going to say one weight class, and it's nothing, it's just that Sada Bousi and Magomed Karamov, Jason Jackson, Yaroslav Amosov, Logan Storley, these guys all have something that I think that weight class is a stacked weight class now that you've merged those other two fighters. I'm pumped. I'm pumped to see. There's other guys too that you can work into that mix. You can work into that mix. I would love to see that fight. I would love to see these guys, in a tournament format, but like in a World Grand Prix type tournament format, maybe not so much in the PFL one, because these guys, this is the top of the food chain. When you've got the best of the best, in 170 pounds, it's hard to get them to fight in a season type tournament. And so, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens and how they all decide and how they decide to do it. But I'm definitely looking forward to it. Let me see.
Just come back real quick because I was on a different screen. Smooth 007. Hey Josh, if PFL is aiming to be the co-leader in MMA, why don't they just copy the UFC's business model by combining the PFL-Bellator rosters and structure their divisions events the same way?
Well, they've spent so. Look, anytime you own a major company, basically what you're asking them to do is kind of rebrand what they've been doing, and that costs millions and millions of dollars to rebrand what you're doing. And so they have a format that they are the smart cage. They use the smart cage. They do a tournament style format. If I was to make any like suggestions, and they, and obviously Rogan's even said the same thing, is that Rogan actually didn't say the same thing. He actually said to get rid of the tournament format altogether and just have the best fights, And I can understand what he's saying, but I also like the idea of, I do like the tournament format program. But I like it for the up and comers. I like it for the ones that are trying to get into the bigger show, which the bigger show is the PFL in Bellator. And you make it that. I think what you do is you say, hey, if you guys want to come in, stop offering $1 million because to save you guys some money, and start saying, hey, I'll give you $100,000 fight contract. I'll give you $100,000 to win the fight in tournament. And you get a guaranteed, say, 4 or 6 fight deal with the PFL to fight in the bigger shows. in the bigger show being the PFL. So then you basically that is like becomes your challenger series. Is that now we've got these young fighters that are fighting in a tournament style format with the ability to win $100,000 and get a 6-fight deal. That to me would be a good idea. And then you take that would be the PFL Challenger Series, and then you make the PFL whatever Legend Series, or you just call it PFL, like basically the bigger show is PFL, and you go from there and you say PFL versus PFL not versus Bellator, but PFL has all the best fighters. You've got all your Johnny Eblins, you've got your Magomed Karamov and Jason Jackson, and you've got all these fighters. And so then that's where all the best fighters go. Those fighters that win that tournament to fight in now get to go to fight in the bigger PFL. If I was to, if it was me just with a crystal ball going, hey, this would probably be the best format, I could see something like that working. Because let's not forget, Strikeforce had a Challenger Series. That Challenger Series did really good. There was a ton of great fights on those cards. They were awesome, and they were always headlined by like a good fighters that came from the upper PFL or the upper Strikeforce. It was Strikeforce Challengers and then the regular Strikeforce. And if you did that, like then you have like a Gegard Mousasi fighting like a Trevor Prangley at 185 pounds, and they would headline the Challenger Series. So you had like your pretty well-known fighters headlining that Challenger Series. And then you had all your other fighters, that were trying to kind of make their way into the bigger show. You had them on that Challenger Series. That seemed to have been pretty successful. And that's really ultimately what Dana then went on to go do with the Dana White Contender Series, and then even kind of doing a little bit with the Dana White Finding a Fight or whatever it was. But it's more of the Dana White Contender Series. He kind of took a little bit of that format, and that's what he did. He had these fights, and then he had people that came in as special guests, and then brought a lot of attention to it. And then he signed fighters right there on the spot. Those fighters that were in Strikeforce Challenger Series, they were fighting to see if they would get a contract or if they would be able to fight again on another card. And if they already had a contract, they were just fighting to see if they could make it to the bigger Strikeforce. And if they didn't make it there, they had to keep fighting on that Strikeforce Challenger Series. So your goal was to always get to the bigger show being like the PFL, the big where the big fights are, where all the big fighters are with the champions and the real the ones that have won all the titles, the Kayla Harrison, the Chris Cyborgs, the Johnny Eblins, the Nemkovs, whoever. So Pinedo tonight, like I thought he looked fantastic tonight. Great job by him. So I'm looking forward to it.
But Josh, let me ask you this then: in a perfect world, would you rather have the PFL season in tournament style, or would you rather have Bellator's bracket system?
I think you can do it both ways. Why can't you still do the World Grand Prix inside the PFL or Bellator, or whatever it is? If they end up making it like the bigger PFL, and then you still have the tournament format, which is what they do now for the young fighters that are trying to get in, you can still do that. So you can still do one weight class every year in a big $1 million prize for that weight class. Like I said earlier, I would love to see the 170 pound division have a World Grand Prix in the bigger PFL or Bellator or whatever. Have them do that, because now you've got Magomed Karamov, now you've got Amosov, now you've got Logan Storley. You had MVP. I don't know if you maybe can entice him to come back for another tournament style, like to win $1 million. I mean, you've got Sadabu C, you've got fighters, you've got plenty of top level guys at 170 pounds that are fun fights. There's good fighters that are there. Would you be able to get Ray Brother Cooper III to come back down to 170? He's won that tournament twice. He fights better, it looks like, at 170. Would you be able to entice him to come back down? Can he make that weight every single time? But then he'd have time to get out of shape and then put himself back into shape. There's a lot to be said about the World Grand Prix that still brings a lot of excitement. And if you just do one weight class, but I like that. I like their tournament style, like a season, but I like it for the younger athletes. And fighters can go ahead and put themselves in it too if they want. I mean, look, it's going to be hard pressed for Patricio and Patricky to want to go like, I'm going to go in there, make the weight every time, and then train 6 months straight, basically with no breaks. It's going to be hard for them.
Let me ask you this: should they be working towards merging these championships to have one champion representing the brand, rather than like now we have to?
That's above my pay grade, man. Like
What's your
that's, I
opinion?
mean, my opinion is, that they probably have a master plan on what they're looking to do. And so, like, if I was to give my opinion, it's not. They have something, I think, in mind. So you've got to let them run this and play this out to see. I can sit in the back and go, hey, they should do it this way. They should, but it's a lot easier to say this stuff when it's not your money. You know what I mean? Like it's not your bit. Like everyone has advice on how people should run their business. And I've been a business owner in several businesses, and everyone's always like, you should do this, you should do that. And then I did it my way and it worked. You know what I mean? So you got to let them do their business. And whatever it is they choose to do, they've spent time talking with investors. They've spent time, and their investors they're not dumb. Like, you know what I mean? Like they understand.
I would just argue with that the champion is supposed to represent the best in the world, right? That competes within, I guess, like a league in this case,
Mhm.
because PFL is a league, right? UFC is a league, so you can never really know who the better man is between the two because they can't fight. But we're gonna see these title fights, right? We're gonna see champ v champ in PFL and Bellator. So
Mhm.
once someone wins the fight, the world champ that loses cannot be considered the best at that point.
Yeah.
So I think it almost loses. I think you at that point you have to say you have one champion, and
Mhm.
it's the person that won.
Yeah, this is true. This is true. Um, but that's like but if you're trying to market to your overseas market, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how they're going to structure it, man.
But outside I mean, it sounds like they're going to do these international Bellator series, right? Like, if
Mhm.
you put fights on in Ireland and it's all Irish fighters, the Irish people are going to show up. Same with England, same with Spain, Italy, anywhere else
Mhm.
doing it. Like people show up for the fighters
Mhm.
of their countries. Like you've always said, that's just here in the US. People don't tend to really do that.
Yeah.
I mean, it might be like you were saying, like Frankie Edgar in New Jersey or wherever it is. Like people show up because it's that more of the
Yeah.
community, right?
Well, like if I would fight in San Jose, people would show up, right?
Right. Max
For
Holloway
that.
in
Yeah.
Hawaii.
Max
Yeah.
Holloway in Hawaii, BJ Penn, like they would show up, like their people would show up to support
Hmm.
them. But outside of like country, that we don't have that type of dedication from the US fans to support the US fighters as much as like Connor does in Ireland, as much as Michael Bisping does in the UK,
Hmm.
Tom Aspinall, like they don't, it just doesn't happen. But they are a lot smaller of countries than the US. But GSP with Canada, I mean, he sold out what was it called, the Rogers Arena? I think 55,000 people. That's insane. It's insane.
I just think that Bellator's tournament style is way easier to understand,
Mhm.
easier to follow. Right, you have brackets and that's it. Now you have all these guys. You just do, your however many people on each side of the brackets, right? As many as you can fill for each weight class.
Yeah.
You stack the cards. You can probably do a card a month, card every, card a
Yeah.
month, card every 2 weeks, whatever. And then you have You have champions crowned by close to the end of the year, and then you can do some wrap up fights, whatever you want to do. But I just think there's an opportunity. I'm just one guy with an opinion, but
Yeah.
I do realize that.
I think a lot of it is though too is they're trying to figure out their rosters.
Mhm.
They've just signed 214 fighters. They came along with the Bellator deal. They have 60 to 70, I think, on their own roster. They've got to see how it all shakes out after they start fighting each other, and they're going to see when the champions fight champions. I want to know how they're going to do, like if Larissa wins or if Mohawk Natina wins, if they have Chris fight the winner of this first before they do the Kayla Harrison fight. You know, um, yeah, if they're aiming for February or early March, I heard it said I think Don Davis said on the aerial show that it was late February or early March is when they were looking to do the champion versus champion. but we're gonna find out, man. That fight with Magomed Karamov and Jason Jackson, that's gonna be the fight to really try to pay attention to, you guys. Really try to pay attention to. And I would not be like also too the Gostov versus Ferreira fight. That fight also against Ryan Bader. Just a different style. Ryan Bader with the good wrestling, explosive. He's a lot better at heavyweight than he was at 205. He is getting a little bit older in age, but he's got that wrestling pedigree, and the ability to stop submissions. So I'm looking forward to that fight. There's been some good fights tonight. We'll see. Larissa. Mhm. Yeah. Let me see here. Yep, 80% for Pacheco and Mahaknatina 20%. Hey, Mahaknatina got some votes there. She's got good judo. She's got good wrestling, mainly judo. The problem is though, is she tends to be a little bit shy on the feet. She lets the fight kind of develop in front of her, which is not a bad thing in some situations. But Larissa Pacheco is not someone that really settles in. She just goes, I'm going to come forward. I'm going to land the big shot, and I'm going to bully you around the cage. We're going to see. Mahaknatina she's good at closing the distance, getting to the clinch, trying to hip toss you, foot sweep you, all of those things, using her judo to get this fight to the ground. I just don't know how much she's going to be able to do once she does get it to the ground. We will see. Andy Shepard. Oh. All right.
Do you think Pacheco looks as young as she is?
How young is she?
She's 29.
Jeez. Yeah, I think she does. When you actually look like at her, I think the tattoos make her look a little bit older, but I think she looks young. Marina Mahaknatina used to fight in Bellator as well. She's got a couple fights in Bellator also. Good. We will see. Next time I'm gonna get a better setup though in this whole situation, so my screen can be right up close, like a little bit more up here for you guys.
You should have just opened ESPN on your browser on the screen that I share with you, and then or something like that.
Oh, and then just not look at you.
Yeah, and then probably put me down in the bottom or something.
Yeah, we gotta get that squared up next time. You guys,
we came on early tonight just to get on for the what you call it, Harrison fight. We came on. We just jumped right on right away.
Yeah.
So.
Oh yeah. Let's see what else we got here.
Let's see who. There's a demand for you to talk about the Strickland and Ian Gary controversy.
What is it all about? I heard it has something to do with Ian Gary's wife.
Yeah, supposedly Sean Strickland exposed them. I actually didn't catch it. It was coming around today.
Yeah, I saw a little bit of it earlier today, but I'm gonna be honest with you guys, man. I'm not talking about anyone's wife. I don't care. That's just not my business, man. I don't get into that type of stuff. I'm not the Kardashians. So sorry. I'm not gonna get into anything to do with any fighter's wife and kids or any personal stuff. It's not my business.
Yep.
So I'm gonna keep it classy. All right. Larissa already landed a big shot. Mahaknatina landed with a big overhand right. We are at 4 minutes and 29 seconds, 28 seconds, 27. Oh, big shot by Pacheco. Nicely done. Marissa. I'll just go with Pacheco. Ooh, nice takedown. She shot far out. Didn't set it up at all. Pacheco, man. She's got her eye on the prize. You know what her prize is, right? It's a fight with Chris Cyborg. I'm not sure I'd want to win that prize, just to be honest. I'm thinking to myself, oh, big head kick. It's crazy. They almost fight exactly alike, Pacheco and Chris Cyborg. They almost fight exactly alike. They slowly stalk and walk and just throw big shots. Oh. Mahaknatina trying to get to the clinch, trying to, grab the arms. She's taking some big shots, though. Oh, nice. She got in deep on that one. Wasn't able to finish. Good job by Pacheco on getting the underhook. Circling the back off the fence. Man, Pacheco, big shot. Another big shot. We're at 3 minutes, 15 seconds, 14, 13 of the first round. We're just got to stop loading up. Just kind of slide in, land the big right hand, and then throw the hook right after. Right now, you can see she's like bearing down and then throwing the big overhand right. She's just got to throw it straight. If she throws it straight, she could probably get her out of there. She's dipping to the right. Oh, she tried for that head kick. Just went over the top. Oh, you're welcome.
Tanya's dropping off some food.
Oh, thanks, Tanya.
Garrett over here is saying, Dave, think about if the PFL did it like wrestling. It's like having Raw, SmackDown, and NXT with all the different divisions and champions. I agree. I think it's confusing now, but they will work it out.
I think they will. I think they will. Look, there's so many fighters that they have on the roster. They're like, okay, like where do they fit in? And when Strikeforce was bought by the UFC, they had that whole year of fights to kind of settle it down because they had to figure out, okay, who's going to stay, who's going to go, which cream is going to rise to the top. And it was, which fighters do we want to keep on this roster? And they also were kind of forced into it because Strikeforce had the deal with Showtime, which was like another year of Showtime. And so they went through that. Oh, big knee bar. So the roll through knee bar, Mohawk Natina with the big knee bar, and that's deep. That's really, really deep. Oh my goodness. Oh man, that's tight. Oh, that's tight. That's tight. That's tight. Oh man. Oh man. That's tight. Larissa just got to kick the hands away, break the grip. Oh, Larissa. Oh, Pacheco, man. She's wrist control, 2 hands on one, get the wrist control. Oh man, she's so deep she can't even put her left foot in the butt to try to escape. There she goes. She's doing a good job of breaking away. That is tight though. That is really tight. So what she got to do right there, pull the knee open. There you go. She's escaped. Nicely done. She got to pull that knee open. She did a great job. Now basically come back over. She got to be careful on that leg lock still. That heel hook is still there. Get out. Good. Back to the feet. Just make space and get away. Oh, big shots, though. Oh, man. Pacheco with the big shots. Look, after attacking a submission like that, there's so much that goes into it as Podcast Dave eats, replenishing his calorie intake. Oh, none of those are really getting through right now. Oh, that one landed, though, right when I said that. Jeez. Whoo. Those are big shots. Couple big shots got through. Oh, Mohawk Natina's toe is stuck in Pacheco's shorts. You know, I feel like that's the only time that the ref cam should be used. is when that happens, when things like that happen. When like a toe gets stuck like in a short or fingers get stuck in a short or something. Good first round for Larissa, but that submission was really, really close. The damage was done by Pacheco.
Look at Jake Paul.
What do you say?
Bottom there, see him? No, I can't see it, but obviously giving some commentary. People have said he's been quiet since the purchase.
Who?
Jake Paul.
No, I think look, when they're doing business deals like this, you've got to be quiet. There was a lot of things that I know that John and I knew about the business deal, but we can't say anything. You know, you don't want to end up getting fired from your job, you know, because you guys, we rushed out we knew something that no one else knew. So you got to let it play out, man. I think and obviously him being part of PFL and understanding that, look, there's a game plan. You can't ruin it by going out there and being first, you know, to report news just because you heard about it or you know about it. You've got to let it develop. The promotions pay a lot of money to do this type of stuff. They have marketing people that they pay to do this stuff. You got to let them do it, man.
Sweet Science is asking you, are there any free agents PFL can pick up?
I'd have to get with a lot of the managers and kind of talk about who they have maybe becoming a free agent. I'm really close with a lot of the managers and just kind of understanding like what guys their contracts are coming due. I know that MVP is not signed yet. And so if PFL was looking to maybe sign somebody, maybe try to sign him. But I also look at if you're going to go him getting older and going to the UFC, this would be his time for him to try to make a splash over in the UFC. He's 37, I think, 37 years old. Good takedown by Mohawk Natina. Not able to control the position. Good knee. Man. Mohawk Natina is good in terms of she can take a shot. She's taking some big shots. She's in great shape. The amount of wrestling and stuffing and the big shots she's taken, she's still there. This is where I think Chris Cyborg is set apart from other females in this weight class. She's someone that will just keep walking you down. She doesn't fight at a slow pace. She fights at a rapid pace for the full 5 minutes. And so when I'm looking at Chris Cyborg and I'm looking at Larissa Pacheco, I think they're very similar in styles. I look at where I see Cyborg having a little bit more of the advantages. When she does get in that boxing range, she doesn't just box you. She will clinch you, knee you in that tie plum. She'll knee you and then she'll break back and she'll do big shots. She'll go back into the clinch. She'll knee you some more. She'll make you pay throughout the fight in all areas, not just in boxing. Oh, yeah. Good stuff. You see Pacheco just kind of stalking after her, putting the pressure. Things like this make the fighter really tired. It's just fighters aren't used to fighting off their back foot, especially when you start to get tired, especially when you have someone that you know is not going to let up if you get hit with the big shot, like in sparring. Ooh, Mohawk Natina just hit Pacheco with a big shot, though. Nice little overhand right. Jeez. It's a good little fight, man. They're getting after it. Pacheco got to do a better job of cutting the cage off and punching her way in. Right now, she's just waiting for the one big shot. Larissa Pacheco is. She's gotta punch her way in. Set up the double jab. Maybe give a feint, then slide in. Well, she hit her with a good shot there. Pacheco got hit though too. Mohawk Natina's doing good, man. She's still in this fight. This is 5 rounds. Oh, big takedown, though. That doesn't look deep enough. Pacheco doesn't look like she has it. It's on. Oh, Mohawk Natina slipped her head out. Got about a minute 38, 37, 36. If you guys aren't lined up with me, I'm sorry. I apologize. But you guys can maybe push pause. Let it sit until it goes. 29, 28. 27, 26, 1 minute, 25, 24, 23. There you go. Larissa trying to hit this arm bar. She's gathered the head, little lock over the top of the head, try to keep the arm inside. Is somebody talking, Dave, to Jake Paul? Can you hear that? Or is he just watching?
Someone wrote down here that Jake Paul's just in the corner, but he's not saying anything. I don't have audio, obviously.
He's not in the corner. It just shows him looks like he's at home.
Hold on, I'm gonna jump to your screen so that no one can hear. YouTube can't hear my audio, and then I'll play it so you can hear it.
Okay. Yeah. That's good. I don't need to hear anymore. Are you sure that doesn't play on air? Okay.
Yeah, I have my audio cut so that you can't see it on here unless you're watching on YouTube, Josh. But yeah, it doesn't.
Okay.
I have it muted whenever I'm just on you.
Mohawk Natina looks tired right now. Shoot the desperation double. There's so much energy that goes into shooting a shot and then you're not getting it. Another round for Pacheco. First round was a good round with the threat of the submission. Second round, though, goes to Pacheco. Also, it's 2 rounds to none for Pacheco. Natina looks tired. Even Pacheco looks like she's slowing down a little bit. Man, Pacheco looks like she a couple deep breaths and she looks like she's recovering really well. Give me some more questions here, Dave. Let's keep these fans happy, man. We got to keep them going.
Joe Bellamy, who will MVP fight in the first in the UFC?
I would like to see Stephen Thomson. My personal opinion. That's the fight I'd like to see. It could end up being a great fight. It could end up being a sleeper, a boring as in snooze fest. But I'd like to see that fight. I also think that he needs to fight a wrestler. I'd like to see him fight a Colby Covington. I'd like to see him fight, a Kamaru Usman. I'd like to see that fight. Him and Leon would be a great fight. On the feet. I mean, Leon potentially could try to get him down, but I don't know if Leon could wrestle him for 5 straight rounds like Logan Sterling had to. That's the way I look at it. I think that MVP fighting someone like a Colby Covington, MVP fighting somebody like a Kamaru Usman. But I feel like the fight to make would be a Stephen Thomson for his first fight. 2 of them. I think it'd be an action-packed style fight. It'd be a fun fight. I think once you move from that fight, you go right from there to, I'd like to see probably a Kamaru Usman or who else did I say up in that top mix at 170? Who else is up there, Dave, for the UFC at 170? There was one other fight that I wanted to see in that for MVP there.
Right here.
Zoom in a little bit.
You got it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, look, I know Bilal deserves a title shot. He's right there next. Colby Covington, Gilbert Burns. I mean, Stephen Thompson's the guy, but then maybe a Kamaru Usman. But if Kamaru goes up to 85 and stays, doesn't want to make that weight cut anymore. Big overhand right, though, by Mohawk Natina. In that mix, I don't know. I think him, why not him and Shavkat? You MVP and Shavkat. It's a style that, Shavkat's going to use his wrestling. Can he wrestle and take him down that much? Big shots by Pacheco. They're against the fence. Mohawk Natina kind of just biting down on the mouthpiece. She's got to be tired from all the circling. You got Pacheco who's got to learn to cut the cage off. Good kick. Oh, but she landed a shot of her own.
Alex, we're watching it on ESPN Plus.
Yeah, ESPN Plus. I'm at minute 3 minutes and 19. 18 in the third round, 3 minutes and 15, 14, 13, 12 in the third round. If you guys want to try to get on our time frame, you guys can. MVP versus Ian Gary. Look, I think if MVP is going to come in, I don't think they're going to give him someone that far down in the rankings. He understands that he's getting older. He wants to fight the very best. He wants a fast track to the title. He wants to get paid the most amount of money he can get paid. And he can only do that if he says, I'll fight guys from basically like Stephen Thomson probably on up. Shavkat, Gilbert Burns, Colby Covington, Bilal Muhammad, Kamaru Usman, and Leon Edwards. I really believe that they're going to put him in the mix with, say, one person, maybe a Gilbert Burns, maybe a Colby Covington. If Colby loses, you have him fight Colby next, and then he fights the winner. And then he fights Leon maybe after that. I don't know. There's fights there. Pacheco sees she sees the finish line, man. She's going to be grinding up. She's going to posture up, big shots. She sees that Mohawk Natina is just basically falling to her back, doesn't want to be on the feet anymore. She wants to try to hold her tight. Great shots. Is Jake Paul wearing MMA gloves in this corner video? Oh my gosh, he is. He is. He's wearing MMA gloves. He's getting hot. He's getting hyped up for the fights. He's getting hyped. Oh, those blue gloves behind me, the old Strikeforce gloves there. I've got a pair of I had some Bellator ones back there. I don't know where they're at now. What else you got for me? She's in full mount. Pacheco's in full mount. She's got Mohawk Natina down. Looking for this ref to get some stoppage. Big shots. See, this is the problem though with the elbow situation. Apparently they're allowed to elbow right now, but I haven't seen him elbow because during the tournament you're not allowed to elbow. So I'm trying to are they not? Because that would finish the fight a lot sooner and a lot faster. Big John tells me all the time, when you see the damage being committed by the elbows. You can feel it, the forearm hitting the head. The ref is a lot eager to step. He's a lot more eager to step in and stop the fight for fighter safety.
The last crumb, Josh wants to know, Josh from the UK, can you explain all this NCAA and Division 1 that I keep hearing about, people talking about regarding fighter accolades?
I mean, can you and I play soccer, can you explain to me all this Premier League stuff and how it all works? Can you do that for me? Because I play soccer and I've followed it for a while when I was younger, but it gets so confusing now. The top people that win go up, and the ones that lose go down, and this Premier League and Champions League, and it's all so confusing. I mean, yeah, look, you have college wrestling, then that leads into, if you're good enough, you eventually try to get into the Olympic, into the Olympic training facility and start working towards training to get to the Olympics. But outside of that, it really is just the college wrestling. It's come a long way though, because now you have, when you get out of college, or even when you're kind of still in college, you're able to kind of wrestle in big events. Like Flow Wrestling puts on really good events in Times Square and those places there. Great events for everyone around. So wrestling's come a long way since I was younger. I mean, I am old, people. I am old. We didn't have all that stuff when I was younger. Larissa looking good right now. I have her up 3-0. I want to know how she fights with another fighter on the feet who she can't bully around. And that's what we're going to find out. We're going to find that out. Like, how does she fight against somebody like a Chris Cyborg? How does she fight against somebody like a Sinead Kavanaugh? That's what I want to know. Sinead Kavanaugh will box. She'll stand in front of you and she will trade punches and shots. And Pacheco will do that as well. So I would like to see Mohawk Natina and and Aaliyah McCourt with utilizing their judo and all of those things. This would be some good stuff. There's some good fights to be made, man. There's some really good fights to be made. Mohawk Natina looked like she got a little bit of a second win after that minute-long break. And Mohawk Natina's got some power, so Pacheco's got to be careful. You got to still be careful. Stalk after her, track after her. We're in round 4. Little overhand right that grazed the top of the head. Those little shots that hit the temple and graze off the top are the ones that do the most damage. I mean, let's go ahead and put this poll up though for the main event, right? The main event's next. Yeah. Clay Collard. Yeah. We're in round 4. Let's put that thing up. Let's see where you guys look at. Is Chase Hooper versus Patty great call out for Hooper? I think it's a fantastic call out. I think Chase is probably the better grappler. He's not physically stronger. On the feet, he's going to have some problems, but I think he can weather the storm for the very first round. Chase is also becoming, like, he's kind of filling into his body. He's not just all, nice submission attempt by Pacheco. She's got that triangle. She's got to pull that arm across, grab the shin. Look to reach inside the leg and submit. Oh, the elbow is already clear, so she's kind of out already. She's going to pull that wrist in, sweep. Oh, Magnatina with the leg lock, with the Achilles leg lock. Ooh, she's got to separate those legs, sit over to the other side. Oh, she got the leg all the way over. Oh, that's tight. That's getting tight. Oh, she got the heel hook on now. She's hitting the hook. Need a better camera angle there. There you go. Oh, yeah, she sat over it. Start hammer fisting her now. She'll let it go. Hammer fist. There you go. Putting the shots down. Let her know you don't want to attack those ankle locks. Good. Foot in the butt. Trying to make space. Trying to clear the top of the knee. Takes away the heel hook. Yep. Now she's got it. Now Mohawk Natina's lost it. She's got to sit up. Look for the calf slicer right there. Nope. See, now the fatigue. Chasing those submissions makes you so tired. Like Dave one time tried to get me in a choke for like 2 seconds and he got tired and winded and he had to let it go.
Pretty sure I had
You're right. No. Pacheco, though, having to escape. That's the second leg lock, the knee bar earlier. Now this reverse, this little hook that she got put on with. Good stuff. Pacheco, a little tired too. You see them trying to slow down a little bit. Mahaknatina, the lunging in right hand. I think if Pacheco puts together like a little flurry, especially right now when she sees that Mahaknatina is tiring, slowing down, laboring to kind of get the punches out there. Cut the cage off. Let the combinations go. Ooh, big shot though. Big shot though by Mahaknatina. Pacheco's tired too. Just mentally, she's so strong. She just pushes forward. Oh, that last shot landed. She sees it now. She sees it. Oh, good takedown defense. Right to the top position. Mahaknatina needs to stand back up to her knees. Get to her knees. Oh, finish. Oh, she should have just hammer fisted from there. Would have made the ref want to step in. A la Frank Shamrock, Tito Ortiz go back to their fight at the very end. You see Frank, Tito just not able to get the takedown, and Frank just hitting him with the hammer fist to the side of the head. Great stuff. What are the questions we got?
Hold on, let me bring it over. Who was Javier Mendez coach when he was a kickboxer?
He trained with a lot. He trained with a lot of good guys, but we called him Pops, and he would come in and train. He was he was from Hawaii. Good coach. I worked with him a bunch of times. He passed recently. And that was his his name was Walt, but I was trying to remember. He just great boxing coach, good with the kicks. Javier already had the kicks, but he was good with the boxing and getting Hob to dial in his boxing to utilize his kicking. So he's from Hawaii. Yep. Good coach. Super nice guy. Super great guy, man. What are the questions?
All right, let's take a look down the list here. Steven, we talked a lot about Bellator PFL thing throughout the show, so just rewind back, have a listen. Lefty, the Mortal, what do you think prevents Muay Thai from reaching the next level as a mainstream sport?
It's funny that John and I were talking about this the other day, and a lot of people will say it's the music. It's the tradition of the walkout music, the whole thing that goes along with it. It drags out the fights. People want to see the fights come out, fight, and then that's it. You want to see the best fighters fight each other. I like what one's doing with the MMA gloves. It's making a difference. That type of stuff makes a big difference. I really like to see like the big gloves really take away from the actual fight. I want to see people get hit. I don't want to see them just cover like this with a glove and then it doesn't ever really land. Now, I know as a fighter, you'd like to have that extra padding in the gloves, but as a spectator, you'd like to see what would happen if it was a real fight. If it was out in the street, like will my hands fit through your defense? And it just makes a big difference on how much action actually happens. And so when I'm watching these fights, and that's the Muay Thai portion of it all, I love watching, like when Bokau was fighting, he was freaking fantastic. He was good boxing, good elbows, Muay Thai guys never had the best boxing, but he could box. But he mixed it all together really well with his hands. And I go over and I see like Masato when he was fighting over in Japan. He had really good boxing mixed in with his kicking. Like those K1 level of kickboxers were just so fun to watch, man. So fun to watch. Decker and Zambezi, I think it was his name. Like they were so fun to watch fight because they put it all together so well. So I think you've got to get back to like that, those kind of like K1 style kickboxing fights is what we need to get back into, but with little gloves, with MMA gloves. Oh, big straight right by Pacheco. Oh, she's just chasing around. Now cut her off. Oh, big head kick. Oh, nice takedown. She caught the leg after it bounced off her face. She got the takedown off of that. Nicely done. Nicely done. Man. Whew. Yep, Walt Carvalho. Yep. I wasn't gonna give out the last name, but someone here in the section did. So I wanted to I wasn't sure. Yeah, he passed. He worked with Habib, he worked with Khabib, he worked with Habib, he worked with Kane, he worked with me. He worked with Alex Kambabian, good kickboxer out of AK way back in the day, Javier Mendez. I mean, he worked with a lot of us for a little bit. He came over to AK quite a bit when he was in town. He would work with us. He was there for a little bit towards the end and would train with guys. I mean, absolutely just a great coach. Kind of helped Habib kind of perfect his overhand right, and kind of worked right into Habib's wrestling, which was perfect. What are the questions we got there, Dave?
Pumish Rigo 1. Do you think Patricio won't be the same for the Pinedo fight?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm interested to see how he is after his neck surgery. I mean, he had no feeling in his arm. His arm started to atrophy. He's lost a little bit of muscle on that right side, or he had anyways. He looked like he's filling back out. The weight cut down to 35. I don't know if that helped at all. But he wanted to challenge himself. He wanted to try. You can't knock someone for doing that. So I'm looking forward to what he can bring to the table at 145 and him fighting Pinedo. Look, Patricio is somebody. If you stand in front of him and trade, I mean, you're in for some problems. So I look at Pineda and I'm like, okay, that's a tough fight for Pinedo, because if he wants to stand and take shots like he did tonight against Braga's got some power, but he doesn't have Patricio power. And so he's got to be more cautious about how he keeps his defense up. He's got a good chin, but in a 5-round fight, could potentially be a problem for him. And I don't know how Patricio will be. He's never been knocked out before. That was a fight he'd been knocked out. From what I understand, he'd never been knocked out before. He lost in Japan that way. And when he fought Sergio, he didn't fight a great fight. Sergio looked good. The speed got to him. Pinedo's not faster than Patricio, and Patricio's got more power. Patricio's got wrestling. He can wrestle too. He's got a nasty, nasty arm and guillotine. I've trained with him. I've rolled with him. I know, but he's also 35, about to be 36, I think. And so I want to see how all of this plays out after his neck surgery. We will see. Nah, I think because Pacheco was running away with it, but now in the last, couple seconds, Mahaknatina being on top. Good fight, though. Pacheco, I thought, fought a good fight, was able to do a lot. We'll see. Kayla Harrison. I want to know how they plan on doing this. Do you have Kayla fight the winner of this tournament? Or do you have Chris Cyborg fight the winner of this tournament? Dave, what do you think?
I think you got to do the winner of this fight and Cyborg first.
I agree.
I don't know. Cyborg ain't losing.
But then do you have Kayla sit it out so you don't lose that fight? Or do you have her fight Arlene Blanco? Or do you have her fight, Leah McCourt? But then the other thing too is Leah McCourt and Chris Cyborg. That fight's supposed to happen sometime in, 2024.
But Cyborg can lose to Kayla and that fight's still there.
Yeah, but then does it lose its luster?
No, not Leah McCourt.
Yeah, because they're going to do it in the UK. Or they'll do it in, Belfast?
Well, even if they're in the UK and Cyborg's coming off a loss, like the fans are still on Leah's side regardless, and Cyborg's still a megastar.
Yeah.
She's the biggest megastar outside the UFC. It's an MMA.
Yeah,
right? There's not another male star that I can think of, unless Unless I'm wrong and you guys drop it right there.
Oh, good fight. There are some good attacks by Mahaknatina. I thought Pacheco landed the harder, cleaner shots. All right, hey, you guys, submit some more questions. Let's go. Submit some more questions. See where we're at.
We got that main event poll still running, but we still have
Okay.
a co-main to go as well. So,
okay. You have any questions? You got any more questions there for me?
Joe Bellamy, do you think Dustin Poirier may be the best fighter to never be undisputed champ?
I don't know. I think oof. I don't know. He's definitely there. He's up there, right there at the top. I mean, I'm not going to take anything away from, but you could say it, Kenny Florian. Kenny's fought, he fought up there several times, always came up short. Never won a world title, but I mean, he was good. He was good. I look at Dustin, he's won the interim title. Who else can I think of off the top of my head? Yeah, what is he, like 32, 33? How old's Dustin? Is he even that old? There we go. Oh, wow, 34. I mean, look, at that age, you're really trying to find the fights that really interest you. You want to fight the guys that motivate you every single day to get up out of bed. It's just the way it is. Those are the fights that really make you want to, hey, I got to run that extra mile. Hey, because once you've got to the level in which he's gotten, you don't want to keep doing the same things for people that don't motivate you. You want the best fights. You want the best fighters that spark that interest. And, who I haven't seen here is I haven't seen Chris Cyborg. They didn't put a picture of her on the side. They didn't do any of that. That's weird to me. So she must not be there. That's one. Two is, I mean, that makes me wonder, are they gonna run that fight, or are they gonna run the other fight?
Are they
gonna run Kayla?
Has Cyborg had comments?
Has
Cyborg had any comments on the purchase?
I mean, I think she's excited to get over there and and to put on the fight with Kayla Harrison, but I want to see can you tell me what she's saying?
Yeah.
Let's see.
Who? Pacheco?
Yeah. Division. You can tell it's delayed in terms of the CC closed caption. There we go. Let's see what she's saying here. Or you're delayed or something. Yeah, several people told me. Pacheco, a little emotional. Yeah. Oh, we're translating right now. I'm trying to get through the. Mhm. I'm gonna. Yeah, bring it back when they translate. Yeah. Oh no, that's not the last. We have one more fight. You don't have Collard OAM. You've got Goldslav and Sarah. Oh, you did? Hmm. Yeah. Interesting. Nice. Well, all right. Well, now we have the heavyweights coming up. Let's go heavyweights. Let's go. Let's see if this fight ends quickly. Let's see these guys go down. Let's see it.
Let's see. Cyborg posted the yawning emoji with Kayla Harrison.
Oh, wow.
It's a little video log she's doing, obviously.
Oh, nice. Who's winning? Who's winning the? There's 40 votes in this Collard versus OAM. Who's winning right now?
It's 50-50 split.
Oh wow!
Yeah, crazy.
Wow. Close fight.
I'm gonna keep the poll running through the co-main because
Okay.
I imagine it's gonna be up. It's bouncing right now. It's bouncing between them. I'm watching it real time, just bounce between 50,
Oh wow!
51%.
It says PFL is found. Let's see. It's Nimit Bahat. PFL has found its own female Alex Bahara. And okay, after seeing the effects of CTE, Josh allow his kids to do it in a professional. Who is this? Oh man, you gotta let them. You gotta let them decide on their own what sports they want to play, buddy. What else we got?
Which
Yep.
Dylan
Read the Dylan Williams one.
Williams. How far up?
Oh, let's see. I think it's down at the bottom, is it? It says, let's see. Will Bellator still go to smaller places that did bigger like Sioux Falls? I don't know. That's obviously they're gonna have to change. They're gonna have to change kind of their format on what they're looking to do. It depends. I liked when we go into Sioux Falls. I love Sioux Falls, by the way. Food there is great. A couple of good restaurants that I like to visit there. And the people are extremely nice. The crowd always comes, electric, all of those things. So what else? Let me see.
Yeah, I'm reading through here.
Okay.
OAM beats Usman. Very close fight though.
OAM beats who?
Usman or Magomedov.
Ooh, I don't know about that. I don't know about that, buddy.
Behave, Evan.
I think the speed of Usman, the way he keeps the distance with his kicks. He's got really good takedown defense, and he can wrestle himself. And someone like OAM, like if he gets put on his back, how is he? What are we going to see if he gets put on his back? Guys like Alexander Shabley, just sniper on the feet, really good takedown defense, extremely tough to get in on deep on him and get him down to the ground. So, yeah, crazy.
Interesting note, Dylan Dennis is obviously now under the same banner as Jake Paul. So it makes for a potential MMA fight. Right?
No, they released him.
Coker released Dylan.
Yep.
Oh, that's right. Right after
Yep.
the boxing fight, yeah.
Yeah, right after the boxing match, they released him. He's apparently in talks with the UFC. We will see. We will see.
There you go, Evan. That's a little correction for you, buddy.
What was that?
Evan had commented they're under the same banner, but I
No.
totally forgot they cut him.
Yeah, no. I wouldn't say they cut him. They just released him. They let him go out and do what he wants to do. A difference is when you cut him for his performance, inside the cage, but there was no more. They weren't really interested in further negotiating with him in terms of fights and trying to keep him active, let him go out and try and figure out what he wants to do from there.
All right, so we got one finish the whole main card so far. What's your thoughts?
I mean, look, when you're having title fights like this with $1 million on the line, some fighters fight conservative. I don't think any of them fought conservative. I just think that they're having a hard time finishing each other. That's it. I mean, like Mohawk Natina, she took a lot of damage. The rest just couldn't get her out of there. Magomed Karamov able to get the submission. But the fight was a very close fight back and forth up until that moment. Sadabusi just made a mistake. Impa, Silveira took some big shots, and wasn't able to continue to get the takedowns. Impa started to get tired towards the end because he was doing so much work. Great fight. Kayla Harrison. Aspen Ladd's not easy to finish. she was able to get the takedowns, control the top position, do all those things. Derek Brunson, when he got to the top, wasn't able to finish Ray Cooper. Ray Cooper was able to rock him and drop him in the first. It was a good back and forth battle in that first round, but after that, it was all wrestling and Derek Brunson. So there's been some good fights. The Braga fight was a finish. That wasn't on the main card, but that was a finish. He hit him with a good little short left uppercut, kind of left hook, and then he hit him with the flying knee, followed him up. I thought it was a little bit of early stoppage. Maybe you guys can try to correct me if you believe differently, but I thought it was a little bit of early stoppage. But it was fun. That was a good fight. I thought for sure that Braga was gonna be able to control the tempo of the fight more, land the harder, cleaner shots, walk Pinedo down, and he wasn't able to do it. He was a little more gun shy this fight than he was in the first fight, and Pinedo was able to able to land that little short left, like kind of left loopy uppercut / hook, and good on him, man. Got the win, walked away with a big fat check. The government will take 20% of, at least. Isn't
Evan
that crazy?
says, yeah, that's wild, isn't it?
They're going to walk with probably close to 50. He'll walk with 500,000. That's nuts. All right, what else you got?
Go on JRE again. Your episode was so fun to listen to.
I had a great time on Rogan's show. Who knows, man? We'll see. We'll see. Never say never. I mean, I'm a lot closer to him now. Back then, I was living in California. He was in California. Now he's in Austin, and I'm in Dallas. So, a lot closer now. I got to still check out his comedy club, The Mothership. I'm looking forward to doing that. I got to check that out. And he's got a ton of top, like the best comedians in the world. They all visit they're all there quite a bit. And so looking forward to trying to head over there. I think this should be a good fight. I look at Goldstoff as probably being obviously the favor, but I think with the power he possesses, his ability to stop takedowns, and I don't know, he's physically like he's like a hybrid type heavyweight, but what I mean by a hybrid heavyweight is someone who he's big, but he's fit and trim, and looks like an athlete. Whereas sometimes you see these heavyweights that don't look like that. And so you get the different one. He physically looks like a heavyweight, but he also is just a big guy. He's got some power. It looks like speed, athleticism, all those things. So I'm looking forward to it. This is his 4th season, 2nd most PFL finishes. We're going to find out. Good fight, heavyweight fight. Oh, man. Boom. Any other questions?
Let's see. Joe, let's see. Joe Bellamy, why do you think it seems like folk style wrestlers tend to have more success than freestyle?
Folk style is because more of the it's more of the grind. You're not freestyle, like you go belly down and you're trying to turn them. Well, in MMA, you're trying to hold them down versus trying to get them up. Like folk style wrestling is all about keeping someone down, getting on their head, making them feel your weight, making them feel your pressure. Freestyle wrestling is more like wrapping the waist, threading the legs, trying to roll them, turn them to the back. That you've got to spend a ton of time in folk style wrestling, I believe, for MMA. It's more effective, just pushing on the head, grinding on you against the cage. Really kind of make you carry my weight to try to slow you down and make you tired. I think that's what folk style wrestling is. It helps a lot in the transition in the cage. Good stuff. I'm gonna have to get some new headgear after this. My cauliflower ear, these things are not deep enough, and so the speakers hit on my ear and they hurt. Actually, my ears start to get all sore after a while. Got big old fat cauliflower ear. It's my trophies, Dave. Something you wouldn't know anything about.
I got judo trophy from back in the day.
You got what?
A judo trophy from back in the day. So
you do. You're like 3 or 4. What was it like growing up in Scotland? Besides rainy. besides
dull,
rainy.
bleak.
You were telling me that like kids would like run down the streets, like vandalizing. What do they call them? What do they call those people at night? And they would run down the streets and like just vandalize and beat people up.
Neds.
Neds.
Yeah.
What does it mean?
It stands for a non-educated delinquent is what it stands for. I don't know. I don't know if it originally like
Yeah.
started from that, but that's what it became. But Neds was just like the
Were you a Ned
thugs, the
once in a
hooligans.
while?
Oh hell no, I was not a Ned.
You were never a Ned?
No, I wasn't hard enough to be a Ned.
Well, at least you knew your spot in the pecking order and the chain of life. You're like, I'm never gonna be a Ned. So yeah. Oh
So
man.
I embrace my metal music, my red spiky hair, and I just roll with it.
All right, what else we got? Any other questions?
Yeah, there was one here. Let me see. Lazy Bed, is there another MMA podcast you and Big John would like to do a crossover episode with?
Yeah, Joe Rogan. Like, we've done stuff with Shab. We did the Food Truck Diaries. We did that. I've done the Fight Companion with Shab, and what else? Who else? I mean, we've done something with Morning Combat. We did it with Bellator for an event. We've also done actually for two times. I don't know. I'm trying to think outside of those two podcasts. I mean, outside and Rogan, I can't think of any other MMA pod. I mean, maybe just for fun, I probably wouldn't mind doing the Kenny Florian John Anik one. I wouldn't mind doing that. Like I like John Anik, man. He's a nice guy. He's always super respectful. He respects all athletes. I don't know. I got a lot of love for him, man. I think he does a fantastic job at what he does, for the UFC. And Kenny, I've known Kenny for a long time, man. I think him and I have known each other for, I don't know. I mean, it's not like we're buddy or anything, but he's always been super respectful, and you got to admire people like that. So we've worked with Chael also. Man, Ferreira is fast. He is good. Nice little shrug. Ryan Bader in the little Q on the right side. Oh, nice little uppercut. I look at both these guys, man. Both these guys are big time heavyweights. Oh, Ferreira gets taken down. Oh, man. What's Ryan Bader saying? Let's see what Ryan Bader's saying. Ryan Bader wasn't able to make it there. He had already some plans. Oh, he just left. Oh, okay. Yeah. Ryan Bader talking about how his size is different, He's not the biggest guy at heavyweight, but he is about 240. He walks around about 240, 242, somewhere in there. So he's not a small heavyweight. But these guys are tall. I mean, I've got to imagine how tall these guys are. What, like 6'5", 6'6", somewhere in there. Someone's bleeding from the nose. I think it's Goldstoff. Yeah. Wow. Ferreira, 6'8". Man. And how old are they? Okay. Oh, sorry. Ferreira is 34 and Goldstoff is 33. Okay, so like Ryan Bader, I think is 40 or 41 now. I think he's 40 years old now. But man, I think I'd be looking forward to seeing this fight. Yeah, someone said like, "Hey, I'd like to see you do Bizbing's podcast. We could probably cross promote with that. That'd be fun too." I don't know. Bizbing's taking a couple jabs at me. I don't know if he's mad at me or whatever, but I like the guy, man. Trained together years and years ago. I think he's a cool guy. People have a different opinion of him, but whatever.
I'll just
Not a big deal.
his producers like does like amateur boxing against
Mhm.
like D level celebrities. So
Yeah, what's
you
his name
want
again? Steiner.
Harry or something like that.
What's his last name?
I don't know.
Oh, got it. Okay, okay.
Um,
Um,
but I'll beat him up for podcast supremacy if you want.
bro, you gotta win a fight in your own house first before you can leave.
Dude, I win those fights every day.
Sure, sure you do. I'm gonna send her the link to this podcast. See how well that goes.
I'll go down well.
Go stop with the good top control, man. Doing a great job. Oh, he's in mount now. What you're going to see from Gustaf here is he's really slowing the tempo of the fight down. But how will this translate if he doesn't get the finish in this next 25 seconds? How is this going to translate into Ferreira's speed in the next round? Will he still be fast? Will he still be explosive with his hands? Like, will he still be able to stop takedowns? Because I think Gustaf's going to look to go right back to what he did in this round. Get the takedown, control the top position, work his way to mount, and start to slow Ferreira down from being on the feet. So I'm looking to see how this first round implements and changes over in the second round.
I'm being corrected about his name is Harrington.
Okay, Harrington.
Yes.
Someone said, "Damn, Josh, you hating on Bisping and Anthony Smith." I like both of them guys, and I actually haven't heard one of their shows together. But the question originally was, who would you like to do it with? I mean, for me, like, I don't have anything against Anthony Smith and Bisping. I like both of them. I think they have a great show. I've only heard snippets of it, but I look at like Anik and I look at Kenny, you know, and I think that there'd be a good conversation there for John and I. I think a really good conversation there. So
Bisping's too busy.
What's that?
Bisping's too busy saying the wrong things on live.
but I think if you took John, you put Big John on that podcast and you had the history of it all, I think Anik is someone that would pull it all out of him, you know, like, hey, man, I can't believe you've been around for this so long. Kenny and I living during that time, me a little bit more so earlier than Kenny, being part of that early history of MMA. I was a little bit earlier than Kenny, not much though, but you know, I was there at UFC 40. I was signed by the UFC in UFC 32, I think, something like that. I didn't fight until UFC 44 because I was dealing with some injuries. But like that time frame, all that stuff, I think, yeah, man, I think that the four of us would have a lot to mesh, you know, to talk about in the history of the sport. Oh, big shot. Oh, man, for her with the big shots. Stoppage. Whoa, man. Nice takedown defense. Didn't let him just circle out and get away. Landed the big shot. Holy cow. Oh, man. Oh, man. Ryan Bader's gonna have to be on point, man. You know, I look at it, I look at the same thing. Look, Ryan Bader can wrestle. He's got good stand-up. He can wrestle. When he gets on top, he can do work. But we just saw right there, if Ferreira can stop the takedowns, he can make you pay for stopping the takedowns. He's a big, big guy. 6'8". Whoo. Damn. Tough fight. That's going to be a tough fight. I'm going to call it like I see it, man. I'm going to say, like, look, Jason Jackson and Magomed Karamov, that's going to be a good fight. I'm going to give the edge a little bit to Jason Jackson coming off of his great performance. But Magomed Karamov is definitely no one to mess with. I've always been a big fan of his. Think that he's extremely tough. Tough matchup for anybody on any given night. His fights with Ray Cooper, even though he was beating Ray Cooper, you know, Ray Cooper was able to catch him in the exchange and knocked him out in one of the finals. And Ray Cooper won that. But this was great. Ferreira hit him, circled out. What he did was he dug the underhooks and he threw the arm by and he circled a little bit to the right to create an angle to land the big shot. Landed the right hand and then took another little step to the right, landed another big shot to the right with the right hand. Nice job, man. This guy right here. Oh, Josh Jones. Holy shit. Podcast Dave looks exactly how I imagined based off of his voice. There's no way. There's no way, man. Everybody says that you don't look anything like. Oh man. Oh, you know what? We could do Harrington versus podcast, Dave. Let's do it. It's Is it whiskey or whiskey? Oh,
Wait, where
Bisbing
did
is
you?
in. There's a
I said
comment
the
here.
comment
Which
about
comment?
podcast Dave thoughts and haggis. Someone
There's
said I
one.
look like how I sound.
Look like what? Yeah,
I
it's
said,
Josh Jones. It says show or hide. The comment. I don't know what that means.
oh,
Yeah, so it says show or hide. It says holy shit, podcast Dave looked exactly how I imagined, based
I don't
off
even
of
see
his
that.
voice. I don't know. It's like all the way down at the bottom, maybe. It's right next to C Heard One. C Heard One put in a couple comments with some smiley faces. And Lazy Bed TM put in whiskey or whiskey. Whiskey.
Yeah, I don't see that one in between. That's weird.
Oh, interesting. Should I just show it? I'll show it.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, I just did. There you go. Is it there now?
It didn't pop in for me.
Oh, it didn't pop in for you. Okay. Let's
That's
see.
fine. If I made my MMA debut amateur, would you rock the blue paint and a kill at weigh-ins? Nah, I'd rock the American flag. I'm more American than Josh.
Get the I'm gonna punch you in the face when I see you for that comment. Oh my gosh. You just be lucky we let you come over here.
Yeah, I'm lucky. I don't fucking.
You had to marry your way in.
Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah, you had two anchor babies.
Yeah, exactly.
You had the two. That's so great. Oh man, this guy, man, what a knockout though. That was very very impressive by Henry Ferreira. Jeez, man, great job. Gosloff looked like he had the game plan in the first round. He got the takedown, was able to control the top position, did some work, couldn't get the finish. Ferreira's like, okay, I'm good. Came out, looked good, man. 6'8". Oh man, that's a lot. It's gonna be a good fight. Ryan Bader. He's gonna have his hands full. That's a tough fight. The takedown, the speed. For Harris, what, 34, 35? Ryan Bader's 40. It's gonna be a fun fight. I mean, looking forward to it.
All right, I'm well in between the co-main and the main right now. Let's get your thoughts on Bobby Green got a new opponent for UFC Austin after Dan Hooker broke his arm. He got Jalin Turner, who's number 12.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I think I'm pumped for this fight. This is a great fight, man. I think Bobby's good at making it an uncomfortable fight for people. With Jalin Turner is, I think, a little bit like a level above Bobby in the stand-up, only because Jalin mixes in the kicks. That's going to give Bobby some fits. The Philly shell is going to be a little harder because the kicks come up high, the kicks come to the body. It's hard to pull the trigger when you're worried about kicks coming so well. I mean, like, he can do it. I know Bobby can do it, but Jalin Turner is good on the feet. Now Bobby can wrestle. Bobby can take this fight to the ground, control the position, but Bobby, that's not Bobby's style. Bobby's like, look, he prides himself on being able to make people feel uncomfortable out there on the feet. He's great at it. So when I look at this fight, man, this is going to be a great fight. I was more intrigued with the Dan Hooker fight only because I know the two of them would be talking trash to each other in the center of the cage. You got that, Dave? Okay. Yeah, you can't see me. The two of them will be talking a lot of trash to each other in the cage. But I've heard that Jalin Turner and Bobby Green have a little beef going on too. I don't know what it is. Someone sent me a message today saying that this fight also there's something going on with Jalin Turner and Bobby Green. They got a little beef going on. So I don't know if it's from past training or whatever it is, but we'll see. We'll see. But I think it's a good matchup. This is a really good matchup. If you're going to replace, Bobby Green with somebody, remember, Jalin Turner was putting it on Dan Hooker. And so Dan was able to bite down on the mouthpiece, get after it, and come away with the win. Bobby Green will be there right in front of him and ready to exchange. So, man, Ferreira looked good. He stuffed the takedown, dug the underhook, elevated him up, When he elevated him up, he stepped to the right, created a little bit of an angle so he wasn't directly in front of him, and he landed the big shot. Pereira with the big punch, big combination. Jeez. Caught him coming in on that initial takedown. Dug the underhook, circled out, hit him again, stepped out to the right, stepped out to the right again. 3 right hands in a row, put him down, ref stepped in. Good heavens. Oof. What other news you got that we can talk about? Oof. Man. Pfeiffer's like he just has that body style of like it feels like it hurts to shoot on him. Just his whole body is just muscle and rock hard, and I think that Jack Hermansson's got to try to find a way to get this fight to the ground and control that top pressure and make Pfeiffer make a mistake. But I don't know, man. Pfeiffer seemed like is it Pfeiffer? Is it Pfeiffer? Pfeiffer. Pfeiffer seems like he is someone that can really make you regret shooting in, really make you regret standing with him. And he's a bully in the cage, man. He's going to be aggressive. We're going to see how Jack Hermansson handles. When was the last time Jack Hermansson fought, though? It's been a while since he fought, Dave. Oh, wow, December. Who'd he fight? Oh, he lost. He lost to Roman Dolidze. Yeah, we're going to see. I mean, Pfeiffer is going to be tough, though, too. He beat Chris Curtis. He lost to Sean Strickland, who's now the champ. He beat Shabazian, lost to Vittori. So he's been on this win one, lose one streak. Well, we'll pull up Pfeiffer. Yeah, record. Yeah. Good Pfeiffer. Pfeiffer is the one that Dana paid, right? Dana paid something for him to train. Yeah. Remember I believe Dana did something for him. Gave him like either gave him some cash or give him some money. Can you look it up? He beat Gerald Mershart. He beat guys. I think Dana did him a favor.
Yeah, he did. Look, Dana White and taking care. He said he was about to be homeless, and that ain't gonna happen. Oh, let's see. We got damn MMA junkie. I do a lot of things for a lot of people that I don't necessarily talk about. Joe Pfeiffer, when I left press conference that night, he told me he was about to be homeless, so that ain't gonna happen. I told Sean Shelby I need to talk to him because I need to thank him because he gave me a home for a year. Pfeiffer said he gave me money on the side of the Contender, and really that secured me being able to have a place to live for the next year on the house.
Wow.
You know?
Wow.
Yep.
Good for him, man. Good for him. I mean, he's making the best of it. I mean, look, the best way to reward Dana for what he did, that good deed he did to you, is just by winning fights, proving to him that he wasn't wrong about you. Good for him, man. This is a big step up in competition, though. A really big step up. Hermansson's ranked what? Number 10?
Let's see. Hermansson is
10.
Yeah, 10.
Yeah, 10. Wow. Man, my CT is not as bad as I thought.
All right, and last one here before we get to this main event on the PFL.
Oh, yeah.
Anthony Smith is stepping in to fight Khalil Roundtree on December 9th after, who was it that got injured?
Russian guy, I believe.
Let's see.
I'm struggling with these earpieces, these things.
Azamat Mirzakhanov.
Yeah. Turner is huge. Evan Turner is huge for the weight class. Yeah, I can't remember off the top of my head if I've seen him fight or not. I'm sure I have.
But what do you think about this one now?
Oh, I think with Roundtree and Smith, we're going to see Roundtree's going to. I mean, Smith, how good of shape is he in? Will he check kicks? Can he handle the power of Khalil Roundtree and the way that Khalil Roundtree bullies people around? Will he be able to use his push kick to keep that distance? Can he get Khalil Rountree down to try to put him on his back and try to slow him down a little bit and slow his power down? I want to know how Anthony Smith plans to fight this fight. I mean, Roundtree on the feet is just, it's a nasty, nasty fight. Man, if you guys can see Dave, this guy's just going to town on this cup of food. They can't see you? Jeez, man. It's so funny. It's just like a pitchfork and a shovel, just shoveled into his mouth. Just like,
I'm trying to just eat fast so that I can
oh,
respond as I need to.
it's so funny. He's like,
It's also got Tabasco in it, so my mouth is like on fire right now. I forgot to bring a drink in here, so I had like an apple cider earlier, and then I like drank it all, but that was
I thought it was a beer. You look like I thought it was a beer.
It's a sparkling, and we got those. You know, the season. It's Christmas time now, so you get the wives buy in that sparkling apple cider.
Oh yeah. What are they called? Man, what are those things called? I know what you're talking about. Yeah, they come in the big bottle.
Yep.
Like almost like a champagne bottle.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah. They're good, man. They're good.
Yep.
Yeah. We were at Roundtree and Lionheart, Podcast Dave versus Justin Gaethje. I'd love to see Podcast Dave versus Justin.
I would not love to see that one.
The UFC in Austin. I can't make it, but I know that Podcast Dave will be there in full force.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't make it. I will be out of town visiting family. What else you got?
Let's see. Debbie is late. Are you guys going to work for the PFL? Well, that's been asked all night, Debbie, but I'll let Josh.
Yeah, I mean, like we won't, no one knows yet. We don't know what's going on. You know, they've got to get the fighter stuff situated, obviously. That's first and foremost. And I think we're gonna find out as time goes on. We'll see. They have a great team that works with the PFL. And but if they're gonna continue to do the Bellator shows, hopefully they bring on John and I, you know, and whoever else with the promotion, obviously. Like that Bellator promotion, that production side, we've all been friends for 6-7 years now. And so it's been a tight niche. And I didn't know this. I didn't know that because we've got people that work for CBS and CBS Online. We've got people that work for other sports products and companies, and we've got people that work in the NFL, the NHL, the motocross and Formula One, all of them. But then they all come together to work, to do Bellator events. So a lot of them work for all these different companies or all these other different events. But you listen to them talk and they're like, this is hands down the one of their most favorite company to work for. And not so much in terms of it because it's Bellator. It's just when we get the whole production crew together, we get along. And I've heard so many horror stories of how analysts or stage managers and whatever it is, production, directors, producers, executive producers. I've heard so many horror stories how like they won't work events because the sound guy is working, or this sound guy is working that event, or this stage manager is working this one. They don't want to work because they're like, they choose not to work that event, which means they don't get paid because they don't like to work with these people. But they're like, this is a show that we enjoy. The production crew enjoys every time we get together. We're like a pretty tight knit family, and we work really well together. Everyone feeds off of each other's energy. Everyone communicates really well, from our executive producer to our producer, to our director, to our sound guys, to our stage managers, to the people that fighter relations in the back, our whole crew that works the fighter ops. They all do a great job, and we're all constantly communicating with each other. We do a great job. And I thought every time that you worked the show, I thought everyone had what we had. And after talking for the last, 6 months of potentially, Bellator being sold, and they were like, no, they're like, no, it's not like that. When I work my other shows, like we really don't even hang out with the other crew. Like we don't even hang out with people that we work with, maybe like one person or two people. But this is like a thing where everyone always got together. We all enjoyed going to dinner together. We all enjoyed going, going to work together, doing rehearsals. We all enjoyed that. We would travel the world. A group of us would walk to the Eiffel Tower. A group of like 10 or 15 of us would all walk to the Eiffel Tower. We'd all jump on a bus or we'd jump on the tube, and we'd head down to, to London, down into London, and it's very rare, that you get a group of people that all really got along and enjoyed working with each other. So that I hope that we all get to continue on, but we will see. We will see. Someone says, listen, what's this lazy bed here?
What's this lazy bed, huh?
Yeah, lazy bed. What are the odds we get a vintage Tony Ferguson performance against Patty? Blades or shades? Blades and shades. I think there's a good chance. I think there's a good chance. I think the longer the fight goes, the more it favors Tony Ferguson. Tony's been there in the later, in the later rounds. He's got to withstand the first, 3 minutes of the first round. And I think that as the fight goes longer, I think it favors Tony. He's still good. He still has tricks up his sleeves. He still all those things, but he just has slowed down. He's slowed down a lot. So he's got to avoid getting hit with big shots early. If he can avoid getting hit with the big shots and can survive, I think some of that onslaught in the first, I think that he's got a good chance of, getting the win. And if he gets the win, what does that mean for Patty? I guess that's the question. Where do you go when you're the guy with so much hype around you? And if you were to lose to someone like Tony, who's coming off of 6 straight losses in a row, I think, or 5 or 6, like where do you go, there? Where does the UFC go with you from there? So that's a good question to ask. No, you guys are exactly right. When we're talking about Bellator, it was more like a family. I'll give you an example. Like we finished up the last show at 301. We knew it was going to be the last show. We knew that there was no shows for the rest of the year. We just weren't sure if we still are unsure whether we're going to be brought on to the PFL, family and see where it goes from there. But we had a good time. We all had a good show. Go ahead, Dave.
So if they're only going to do 8 shows a year, though, is that really is that people making careers out of that?
Who's doing 8 shows a year?
Because what didn't they say they're only doing 8 Bellator shows a year?
No, I think they're doing 10, but they're going to do some of them over in the UK, and they're going to have a couple here, I think, in stateside. But I think what you're forgetting is that even though the PFL has tournament series fights for their season, they still have fights that go on the card that are, on the prelims. So you may still have a couple fights there. But then also, too, remember they said they're creating 5 different organizations, basically. You have the Challenger Series, so they'll push some fighters there. You've got the Bellator Series and the champions that will fight over there. You've got the PFL League Series. You've got all these other, they're creating more, they're creating more organizations, more fights. So we'll see. But I think they were saying, I think Don Davis said they're going to have about 30 to 32 fights next year. That's a lot. I mean, if you would think, right, Bellator, when I first got brought on, we had 22 fights in a year, which is basically 2 fights a year, 1 fight in January, 1 fight in August, and then 2 fights a month the rest of the time. Now you're adding, the PFL fights mixed with the Bellator fights. Clay Collar just chilling in the corner, sitting down. That's classic. He was just sitting on just against the fence, just leaning on his butt. 30 fights, 30 to 32 fights is a lot of fights. This last year when we did our fights, we were supposed to do 18 fights. I think we just did 17. We were supposed to do 18. We only did, I think, 17. The year before we did 18. The year before that, we did 22. The year before that, I think we did 24, 22 or 24, somewhere in there. So we did a lot of fights when I first got brought on. And they started pulling the funding back from Bellator. But I think moving forward, we'll see. 30-something fights is a lot. So they're going to have to keep these fighters busy, that's for sure. Let's go ahead and see that poll, Dave.
All right, let's see it. I'm going to hit it right now.
Just back and forth, back and forth. Let's see.
Let's see where it closed out. Ooh.
Ooh. OAM at 59% and Clay Collard at 40%. We will see. Let me see. Okay. Let's see. Clay Collard's got to take the center of the cage. He's got to try to push OAM on his back foot, make him take some sloppy, lazy, like kind of sloppy double leg shots. And he's got to keep his back off the canvas. This is right here where I don't think he wants to be. He's also got to rip the body to OAM. He's got to get started early with the calf kicks like he's doing, which is good. I saw that, a little calf kick. You already see OAM's calf already a little red right there on that far right. There it is again. That will take the power away from the takedowns for OAM. But looks like OAM, you got to be careful. OAM's got to be careful he doesn't fall in love with his power. He's got some big knockouts as of recently. But it doesn't always happen like that, especially when you start getting kicked early in the calf. You can't. Ooh, that was a nice little inside calf kick or kick himself though by OAM. Clay looking good right now. Right away, getting busy with the combinations. Ooh, nice kick. Nice kick there. OAM's big for the weight. So Clay looks like he's big as well. Man, big straight left by OAM. Make Clay take a step back. I was met up. We did an autograph signing. Big John and I did with Brandon Loughnane. And man, he's big. He made me look small. He's 145 pounder, Dave. I was like, holy cow. There's the takedown by OAM. I was waiting for this to happen because why keep this fight on the feet when you've got the superior wrestling? Sag on him, leg ride, hang, make him carry the weight. But can OAM wrestle for 5 rounds like this? We'll see. Oh, Clay's got to keep looking to get up. Keep looking to get up. You can't just settle in on this position here. You got to keep looking to get up. Oh yeah. There's a really good wrestling college up in Canada called Simon Fraser. Mainly freestyle wrestling, I believe, is what they do. OAM with the back take, figure 4, chasing the submission. The strength of OAM, you can see it right off the bat once you get into the wrestling. Clay Collard in a very bad position right here. This is where you don't want to ever be. It doesn't matter if you have the figure 4. You never want to be on all fours. Now you can't defend the submission. I never understood guys who go to all fours when someone has the hooks or they've got the figure 4. I've never understood it. In this position, you've got to be turning to your side, defending one side, try to get that lock undone. So whatever side the lock is on, you want to lay to that side, try to unlock it. OAM's doing a good job of getting that half Nelson, making it uncomfortable. There's no reason for Clay Collard to be in this position. Pick a side. There's that rear naked choke. It looks like he's trying to set it in. You can just see the physical strength of OAM on his back. It just ripped. His whole back is just shredded. But this is not the position you want to be in the figure 4. You never want to be on all fours carrying someone's weight. Lay on your side, on the side that he's got the feet locked. Try to fight that out. There it is. Oh, turn. He's got it. Can't settle. He's got to stand. He keeps turning. Stand up. That position right there. Built back to his base. Good job, though, way to escape. He was able to get OAM to one side a little bit more, and the figure 4 started to come unlocked. Clay Collard. I can't believe I hate. Oh, Clay Collard with the roll through. Looks like he's trying to hit that reverse heel hook. Clay Collard's wife. I hate when they show the wives, man. They're always panicking. They always hate it. They're like, oh, they're a mess. They're a hot mess. Man. Clay Collard out of the scramble, wasn't able to get up to his feet. OAM with the better scramble. Back to the figure 4. 40 seconds left. I mean, but I look at this, right? I feel like Clay did more damage in the first part. OAM dominated the next 2 minutes of the fight. Clay landed the harder shots. I mean, these are some good shots though from the back where OAM is landing the hard shots right now. Some good work here though. Ooh, nice little back shots. 8 seconds left. That body lock was nasty. That kind of, I think, won him the round. But Clay came out doing good stuff in that first part of the round. He's got to not forget about that. He's got to get back to it right away in the second round. He's got to get right back to the calf kick. I can't hear what he's saying. It sounds like he's having some problems with his left knee from what I can get. Nice straight left or right. Then comes back with the left. Little left hook right on the top of the head. Yeah, good stuff, man. OAM with the good sag, kind of sagged him down. See how that left forearm's going across the thigh? Then he went right to the leg ride, then right to the figure 4. That's like some old school vintage Josh Thomson right there. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Nice scramble to the back. Clay got to work to get back up to the feet right away. Good stuff. He's so big, man. Ripped. I get jealous of guys that still have abs. Oh, those days are not mine anymore. Clay's got to get back on the calf kick. That'll start to slow OAM down a little bit and rip the body. Go to the right hook. Go right kind of. Oh, nice head kick by OAM. You can see that OAM's got power. Clay's still showing him no respect there, but he's got to be careful. Back to the calf kick. Nice job. Good body shot right there. I like how Clay's kind of keeping his legs bent to get ready for the takedown. Oh, nice. Oh, OAM. See, the leg kind of buckled a little bit there. Now you see Clay bringing it. Oh, big shots. You see Clay. Those calf kicks they paid their dividends already. You saw OAM's leg kind of give out a little bit. Still wrestling in the pressure here. Clay doing a good job defending, framing the face away. Man, a little bit of that buckle came from those calf kicks. Yeah, if I'm Clay Collard, man, I in that position there, I'm kicking the calf. Good job. Clay's got to get out. Oh, he sees the OAM doesn't want him to circle out. He's going to try to keep wrestling. Clay doing a great job. This is where I thought that OAM needed to take the fight right off the bat to get this win. Clay doing a great. Ooh, big knee. Oh, get your back on. Oh, good shot. Good shot by Clay Collard with the straight right. Yeah, he's got to work to get back up. Back to the fence. I can't hear what Dan Hardy's saying, but I'm sure it's something about Clay Collard. Keep your back off the fence.
Just let me know if you want any commentary. I can bring it on for you because I got mom. Yep.
That's why everyone's listening to me. They want the real commentary. Nah, this is good stuff, man. I love it. OAM. He's back in the guard, but you got Clay with the chest wrap. He's got to let it go. Start putting his back to the fence. There you go. The spaces there. Oh, right to the mount. That's not where you want to be though. Turn to one side. Yep. Keep going. Watch the figure 4. Don't let him lock it in. He's going to try to lock it in again. 2.5 minutes. This is not where you want to be. You got to pick that side. There's that half Nelson. I love that half Nelson. This is a familiar fight to me. This is when I fought Pat Healy. And this is kind of how the fight where I had to get certain positions. You got to get heavy on the head. The half Nelson's a big deal. You can threaten the submission there. You know what I don't understand is how even myself, I didn't think about it back then, was to try to like grind people's head against the fence. There's chances and opportunities for you to swing around. You kind of ram their head into the fence. You're allowed to use the fence. If the fence is in there, you're allowed to use it. I like that half Nelson a lot, though. This is one of the things that I love to do in training and fights, is because it really does put pressure on their neck. And when they push back hard enough, you can kind of sometimes sink the choke in when they try to resist. What do you guys got? Questions are still welcome, you guys. If you guys want to bring the questions, I know you guys are watching the main event. You guys got any more questions? Go ahead, hit me up with the questions. Cholo MMA, thanks, brother. I appreciate you just listening. Clay's losing the second half of these rounds, but OAM's not doing any damage. So I want to know how they're going to score this. It's been controlled. Look, if you go back to the last Bellator fight, AJ McKee was able to beat Sidney Outlaw because he did more damage from the bottom. And I mean, he's threatening the submission right now, but it's not really that close as of right now. He hasn't done any damage from being, from the back position, which is a finishing position. He's got to start trying to break that grip on the foot. 15 seconds. But I mean, those calf kicks will start to pay their dues. He's got to kind of get into it. Got to fall back to the right side, kind of try to open that lock. Well, I mean, we'll see. Look, you can see the Clay Collar's getting frustrated. Don't get frustrated, man. You got to keep doing what you're doing. He's getting irritated because I'm just getting control, but nothing's happening to me. I'm just getting controlled, getting taken down. You got to get your back off the fence. Try to get it back into the center of the cage. Clay doing a good job. I mean, the original takedown, you can see the leg. There you go, right there. Boom. A lot of that came, from that calf kick. Yeah. Something's a little wonky right now with that leg. So we're going to see. And look, and this is when you're going to find out in between rounds, does OAM come out with a bounce in his step? Because like it hurts when it happens in there, but you tend with the adrenaline, it tends to work you through. Can Clay Collar come out and start implementing like the leg kicks again right off the bat without getting taken down? That's going to be key. He's got to work the body. And by working the body, it makes it easier for you to dig the underhooks when OAM tries to shoot. Yeah, something's going on with OAM, his leg. There's that calf kick again. Clay Collar letting it go. There we go. Oh, circle off. See, that's the big mistake right there. Big mistake. He put himself against the fence. Oh, OAM switches stances. Oh, get off. Oh, you got to get off. It just keeps going to it. Because he knows I got to get the takedown. Nice job by Clay Collard. He's not out of the woods yet. Watch that little step behind. Oh, gotta get moving, man. Let go of the overhook there. Start pushing and framing away on the face and getting away. You can't afford to settle in these positions. Start pushing on the head with two hands. Oh, right to mount. Not a good position to be in. No. Got to push on the knees. Push on the knee. Yep. Bring the leg inside. Now roll all the way to your left. Yep. Open that heel. Roll all the way to your left. I know it's a lot easier said than done. Got to come out the back door. Go to your knees. There it is. Up and away. He's trying to fight from there. This fight's giving me freaking stress. It's a good fight, though. Good fight. OAM with another good takedown. Come up on the single.
What are you saying in the corner at the end of this one to Clay Collard?
I mean, he's got to get busy, but he can't let himself get frustrated. This is the scenario right here where he kind of was. He's got to always be thinking, where am I at inside the cage? Keep my back off the fence, always circling back to the center, because he knows that OAM just trying to win the round now. All he's got to do is win this round, the third round, and then he can kind of cruise to the fourth and fifth round to get the win if he's already won 3 rounds in a row. But I want to know how the judges are scoring it, because even though OAM is winning like the positioning, he's not doing any damage. And Clay's the physical damage is already done on OAM. Now, in this round, it's a little bit different because Clay hasn't got a lot of shots off. But in the last round, I could see them maybe potentially giving Clay Collard the round. He landed the harder, cleaner shots, but I don't know if it was enough significant damage to really give him the round. And see, this is the positioning portion of it all. He's got control, but he's not landing any shots. So you want to know where, like, how are the judges scoring this? Clay's trying to get out. OAM's controlling the position, but there you go. There's some striking there. There you go. Clay's got to get that left arm out of there. It's just going to be hard. Good. Keep coming. Hips high. He's got a limp leg. He's got a limp arm. Sorry, I'm getting away from the mic. Got a limp arm, that arm out. There you go. He's got a minute 45. Now, see, this is where he shouldn't be. He's got to be more in the, I mean, maybe he should be here. This is kind of his forte, is that in that body, that grinding position. Good position. Yeah, foot stomps. He's making it a dirty fight. He's got to be careful he doesn't get hip tossed in this position here. These are the type of fights that OAM tends to have a hard time with after he's shot all of his takedowns, after he's, try to knock you out. He tends to start to not slow down, but I feel like he almost starts doubting himself in these positions. I want to see with the confidence of him getting here and being here again, and with someone like Clay Collard who can push him to his breaking point. Clay's going to be there in the fourth and the fifth. And right now, I mean, like if you guys are in the comments, I mean, who do you guys have winning? Yes, yeah, elbows are allowed tonight apparently, but I mean, I haven't seen anyone throwing them yet. So is it because they're not used to throwing them and they haven't figured it out yet, or because if you go back what Don Davis was saying in the aerial interview, that they are allowed in the finals because they don't have to worry about the scars healing and the stitches healing, all that stuff between now and then. Clay looking like, I feel like Clay's going to be winning this round slightly, but not, like it's close. You can see that OAM's trying to get the power. He's trying to, the body shots. OAM's trying to get the bounce back in that foot. Good round. Is Clay winning the fight? Because says Clay winning the fight. OAM is winning the sport. I mean, I don't know how you want to call it.
I have MMA Verdict up here, which does real time fan judging. So they got it's basically scoring based on how people that are watching. So I don't know if it's helpful to you, but it's just interesting to see how people are scoring the fight.
All right, so they're scoring. They scored all first 3 rounds for OAM, it looks like, right? Interesting. I would have probably given this last round to Clay. I feel like even though OAM was kind of controlling the positioning, it was more of survival. It wasn't damage. And I look at Clay. Clay was the one pressing the action. Clay was the one landing the shots. Clay was the one pushing him backwards. I know that ring control is not the highest in the criteria, but it's more of just controlling somebody and not doing anything with it. So we'll see. Yeah, ice cold. I agree with you, man. Yep, I agree with you. I think Clay needs to get to the leg kicks also. He needs to go back to that calf kick a little bit. I like that Clay Collard's trying to rip the body. It's keeping OAM guessing. Also, too, it makes it easier to land or to dig the underhooks for the wrestling when you're trying to go to the body. Oh, see now, OAM's doing a good job. Now, Clay's not fight IQ, not there. Get back out to the center. Where it's harder, there you go, nice straight right. Where it's harder to get the takedown in an open field. Right to the body again. Clay doing a good job. Don't lunge in like that. That's where you got to be cautious and careful. Clay likes his position. Circle off. See, now he needs to circle back to the center. See how OAM's doing a good job of making him keep his back to the fence. Oh, good sprawl. Get the leg back. Get the leg back. Shoving the head. Getting all the way. Now circle. See, you got to start turning himself off the fence. He didn't do that. Nice job. That's nice. That was very nice. Grabbed. I don't want to say something because get us canceled. But yeah, he grabbed him perfectly around the throat. So then yes, nice job. You can see he was giving him space. As long as you don't grab right on the trachea there, then it's legal for you to go ahead and grab around the throat and push and make space. Clay Collard doing a good job in this round. I got to be honest, round 3 was a close round. I want to hear what Ian Parker's saying. Can you tell me what Ian Parker's saying? He's going to come up in a small box on the side. I worked together with Ian for the longest time. Ian and I used to work together when Ian used to own Cage Hero, which used to be like a comic book for fighters. Okay. Oh, nice shot by Clay Collard with the right hook. See, now he's putting his back to the fence. Oh, get up. Yeah, that's true. I mean, like, I think you can pull it off as well. I think that it did go longer than it went longer than 3.5, like Ian Parker was saying in the betting odds. He expected this fight to go longer than 3.5. So if you bet that, then good on you. He's doing a great job. Clay Collard is of fighting out of these positions, and he's ripping the body, but he's got to get back to the calf kick. That calf kick did its damage. You saw the legs buckle in the second. I'm surprised his corners weren't telling him like, "Hey, rip the body, and after you rip the body, go ahead and kick the calf, or kick the calf and then rip to the body." So he just doesn't try to shoot off of that. You got to make those in-round adjustments, whether it's in the corner or just yourself, your own mentality. You've got to be able to think through this in the fight. You got to see everything going. It's hard for me to explain. It really is, like, until you're in there, like you feel it, you see it, you feel it. When it's all happening right in front of you, you can make those adjustments. I mean, I got Clay winning this round. I had him winning probably the third round also. There's still a minute left. I mean, what's going on here? That was kind of weird. I don't know what they were breaking about. The ref kind of came in, told him to readjust something. I mean, but this is a lot of work for OAM also. Like, literally, Clay Collard's hanging on his head the whole time. Clay's got to stop wasting time in this position. What? Something's going on. Did they stop it because no action? Yep. Stopped it for no action. I'd like to hear Big John's opinion on that. Like, when you see refs kind of stop the action right there because it's like, oh, there's 20 seconds left, 30 seconds left before the round ends. Do you do that on purpose, or like try to get some action before the end of the round? Because refs shouldn't care about that type of stuff. But do you do it like to kind of help the promotion? If the fight's starting to slow down and you've got a good fight on your hands, you just got to make separation and make it work. Oh, what guys, if you guys have questions, let's go. Cause as soon as this fight wraps up, we're gonna wrap this live chat up. We've been on here for what, 3 hours? 3 hours. Yeah. I mean, I didn't have anyone else to really talk to. I had Podcast Dave, which most of you guys probably couldn't understand his English. But normally fight companions have a couple people, but it's just Dave and I today.
That's what happens when you're an asshole. You don't have any friends.
Oh man, you're my friend.
Only on weekends.
Only on weekends, my man. All right. I mean, how do you guys score this? You have it. Someone has it. Bojan. You have it 2-2. I kind of have it 2-2 also. I think rounds 3 and rounds 4 are for Clay Collard. And rounds 1 and 2, I could see, big shots.
Looking at this MMA
He's got to circle off. Yeah, he's got to circle off, man. Hey, there's Podcast Dave.
What?
Well,
What do you mean? On this screen?
Yeah, I barely see you. Yes, this is not where Clay Collard wanted to be. That's why he in the 4th round gotta go. You gotta go to the calf kick. You gotta make it very uncomfortable for him. I see some people with the judging now, huh? You got Clay Collard winning. They didn't have him win in rounds 3, but they had him win in rounds 4. This is one of those positions, man.
The global audience has a 3-1 so far to OAM.
I mean, it's hard for me to say what Fight Life 88. It's hard for me to say whether I have the Bellator champions winning because two of the best champions that they have is Patchy Mix and Johnny Eblin, and PFL doesn't have those weight classes. And I don't know. Are they going to have Larissa Pacheco fight Chris Cyborg? Or are they going to skip Pacheco and go right to Kayla Harrison so they don't lose that fight? Just in case they don't lose that fight. Those are little questions that we got to get answered. Outside of that, is Usman going to be the one that defends the title, to represent Bellator? Because Bellator didn't strip him of the title. So there's a lot of questions that still need to be answered on how they approach the champion versus champion. But I will tell you this, the ones that I feel that the PFL and Bellator are most evenly matched, I think it'd be the 170-pound division and the heavyweight division. Those are the 2 weight classes that I feel like they would probably be the most evenly matched. Yep, you got OAM with the back take on the figure 4. You got Clay Collar's got to lay to that right side. The foot is locked. Take his right leg and push it behind the heel of OAM and open the leg so it makes it a little bit looser. So see how his right knee, he needs to lay to there. Oh, that's tight. That's tight. That is tight. He's on that far side. It's going to be hard to finish the choke from this side on this side. So he's going to have to roll him all the way to the far side. But if he rolls him to the far side, that'll be the choking side. And Clay, it'll be harder for Clay to get out. Clay's got to get 2 hands on one and start trying to get out from that position. Turn his chin towards the elbow. Right now, he's not doing that. Clay's in a lot of trouble right here. This is deep. Oh, good job. This is one of those positions, man. I loved getting to the figure 4 because there was, with my flexibility, I somewhat kind of had longer legs to kind of lock people in. And it was just, and I was able to, every time you rolled from left to right, I was able to switch from left to right on the figure 4 as you were making the transition. Big time, big time. Clay Collard he's going for broke right now with 1.5 minutes, but he's got to get that figure 4 unlocked. There's nothing you can do within that. You've got to scoot your back flat to the mat, start scooting out. He's got to use his right leg to open that heel of OAM. You feel like you have something to say there, Dave? You're taking a deep breath. Yeah. Oh, that choke is in. That choke is in. He's on the wrong side to finish the choke there. There you go. It goes back. Good job by OAM. This whole round was lost as soon as he got taken down and the figure 4 got put on. Felt like it was a really tough go for him to get back up to his feet. I felt like it was 2 rounds to 2 going into the 5th. I could see 3 rounds to 1 for OAM, but I felt like it was more of a 2-2 if the judges were really scoring more of the activity and kind of striking in the striking count as well as some damage versus just the control. I don't know. We will find out. You've got to do damage, not just control, not just control. You've got to do damage. That's the number one criteria. So we will find out in this situation. 10 seconds left. Clay Collard I got to be honest. He had to do a better job of keeping his back off the fence and always circling back to the center of the cage, always getting back to the center of the cage. You can see the look of frustration on his face. It's not the way you want to finish the fight. Kel Deweese, I appreciate it, buddy. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I mean, if you say Clay Collard versus Alexander Shabley, or if you say OAM versus Shabley, I mean, they're cheering on OAM right now, but I mean, I wouldn't say it's 100% that he won that fight. I mean, even when he got the control, he's threatening the submission in that 5th round. He probably won it 2 rounds to 2. But you could also say in the 1st and 2nd round that Clay Collard did more damage. I don't know. I mean, look at this punch strikes too. I know. Look, and I've said this before. Punch strikes don't mean anything. A jab doesn't count the same as 6 jabs don't count the same as one big overhand right that wobbles you and hurts you. So there's a difference. You think, of course, OAM by decision. People have body lock, has him stuck. First time watching PFL, not impressed. Bojan, got to give it some time, man. There's gonna be a lot of top level fighters that came over from Bellator. When they start mixing up these fighters and get to see the fights that we all want to see. There's a lot of top level fights that I'd really like to see between these fighters. So, I think it'd be good. I'd like to see Brent Primus versus OAM. That'd be a good fight for me. I'd like to see Islam Mamedov versus OAM. I'd like to see Clay Collard versus Alexander Shabley. I think that'd be a good fight. Or Tofik Mosaev. I'd like to see those fights. There's lots of fights in this that I'd like to see available for across the board. What do you got for me, Dave?
I was just going to ask, if you're coming off the biggest announcement in your company's history, right? You go on the biggest show or the biggest media show, make the announcement, talk about it, break it down, kind of make this big deal about it, right before your end of year event. You're kind of hoping for a bit more kind of action, right? Because you're probably getting a bit more of an audience than you're used to coming off of that.
Mm-hmm.
So I think I would probably say you're a little disappointed with the action tonight if you're
well, you got to look at it a couple different ways. I mean, I look at it in one way, and Scott Coker said this all the time. All I can do is put the best fights on, and you have to leave it up to the fighters to do the rest. That's all he can do. And I get it. The promotion that wants to do something, but look, Josh,
people will say that's why Scott had to sell his promotional. People will say that.
Well, but Scott didn't own Bellator.
I know, but that's what people.
He didn't own any of it. But no, but the thing is, he built up a pretty damn good roster that people are talking about now. Patchy Mix is ranked in the top 3 or 4 right now in the bantamweight division. When people were saying that he's probably the best bantamweight in the world, Johnny Eblin, they're rating him as one of the best middleweights in the world. Jason Jackson, Amosov was considered to be one of the top welterweights in the world. There's fights out there to be made. So people want to say whatever they want that Scott had to lose Strikeforce, Scott had to lose Bellator. Bottom line is, look at how many Strikeforce fighters went over, became UFC champions. Look how many Bellator fighters. Let's see how the result is not in yet, but let's see how many of those fighters go over and become PFL champions. We'll see. I think there's a lot of good fights to be made. And we're in crazy times right now with MMA. There's a lot of things that are going to happen, and we're going to see exactly how it all pans out. But I'm looking forward to seeing how this thing shakes out in the end. they've got ideas that they want to run with the PFL, Don Davis and them, and who they bring on will make a big difference. Do they bring Scott Coker on? Does he come on? Does Mike Kogan come on? Does which fighters choose to talk with their management and stay, and which fighters choose to try and like get out of contract? You never know. There's so many things that fighters are talked about, and fighters have been talking for a long time about like, hey, like, yeah, I want that fight. I want this fight. So we'll see what happens. There's a lot. There's so much that still needs to be done. And we're going to get through the holidays into New Year's and see what happens. But hey, guys, before we scat out of here and we run, it's going to be go to onlyfans.com/weighing-in, onlyfans.com/weighing-in. Subscribe to us over there. It is free. We don't charge anything. We just put extra content for you guys to take in. Also, go to weighing-in-merch.com, pick up some of our shirts and apparel and all the other stuff. So we have hoodies. I know winter's coming on. Great gifts for everyone. Check it out. We've got short sleeve, long sleeve, hoodies, hats, beanies. We got it all available for you guys there at weighing-in-merch.com. Check it out there. You know what I'm going to do real quick? I'm going to take a couple little extra questions if you guys have some. So go ahead, Dave. Why don't you read me off like 2 or 3, and we'll do those as we close the night.
All right. We'll wait for them to come in. Let's see here.
Give me a thumbs up in the comments if you guys like what we did tonight, or I guess is it a heart or a thumbs up? But give me something there. Let me know if you guys enjoyed this. If we should do this more often. I definitely probably won't do it for the full 3.5 hours by myself again. 4 hours by myself again. So want to thank Dave though for jumping on and doing this with me tonight, and hopefully we can do this more often. Go ahead, give me a couple questions.
Your week's budget is spent now, by the way. Eric says, Josh got a question. We'll ignore that one. Yes, the answer is yes. Ace Cold asked, Josh, the PFL really got all 210 fighter contracts? How many of those only have one fight left?
I wouldn't know that answer. Most fighters' contracts are kind of private. Most of them are. I know some of them, but mainly just the main fighters. There's a lot of fighters on there that are going to be coming off of a loss. You can look for their contracts to be probably evaluated. Who knows? There's a lot of fighters that that we'll just be talking to the PFL to figure out exactly what the direction is that they want to, that they want their career to go in, and maybe they can work together and make sure that it goes in that way. There's a lot of stuff that needs to happen. So you guys got to bear with the PFL why they do this. It's not easy. I've been part of the PFL. I was part of the Strikeforce buyout. And then, and I was also part of that Strikeforce buyout when it was the UFC. But you have to remember, I was also part of Strikeforce when Strikeforce took over all the Elite XC fighters when Elite XC went out of business. So there were so many things that happened. And that's all that stuff takes time. So good for them.
A couple of people saying that OAM just retired.
Oh, he did. Good for him.
That's what they're saying.
Collect the check and move on, buddy. I mean, but then again, look, now this is another thing. The PFL's going, wait a second. We just signed this deal for you to fight now. Like, we want you to fight the champion. Now, is this a ploy from him to get more money? Like, hey, you're going to have to pay me a lot of money to fight this champion over here.
Did you fight Usman, though?
I mean, Usman could be considered the Bellator champion, but now under new ownership, what do they decide to do? Do they decide to strip him? Do they decide to let him keep the title? Like, I don't know.
That's good.
You never know. There's a lot of things, like, you never know with new ownership what they decide to do and which direction they want to go. Okay, give me 2 more.
Omar Peoples, does having no elbows make the ground way more boring?
So there's a couple ways of looking at it. I say no, only because it creates more space, which gives the person on bottom more freedom to move, which means that there's more scrambles and more action. But then, like the elbows, as we were watching tonight, I can see why. Like, if I'm worried about controlling you, then I'm not worried about elbowing you and striking you. I mean, I don't know. In a tournament format, I understand why they're doing it. Don Davis talked about it on the Ariel show. Is we don't allow it during the tournament format, this in-season format, because if someone gets cut real bad, they can't turn around and start training, in a week or two, like we need them to get them back into the next fight.
Just for some clarity here, he said he didn't retire. He's just not doing the next season. That's
common. Look, this season stuff is really difficult on the fighters. It really is. because even though they train consistently, being in camp nonstop in a short season like this, it's so taxing on the body and taxing mentally. And if you come up short like Clay Collar did tonight, so frustrating. So frustrating. You're one step away, and then you're not giving it your all your next camp because you're like, I was just there. I can do it again. Nah, not always. There's always someone new that comes into the play. Yeah, it's gonna be tough, man.
Yeah, there's a lot of uncertainty here. People are
Okay.
saying he didn't retire. He's taking a break from the season. He said he's at least for the next few years he's taking a break. So it's just not super clear on what exactly he said. But I'm sure it'll hit the headlines and we'll talk about it on the midweek show.
Got it.
So make sure you guys check that out. Let's see, Little Nunchucks. Do you think they add bantamweight and middleweight divisions for the next PFL season?
I don't want to say it'd be foolish, but they would be foolish if they didn't. It would be foolish. You've got Patchy Mix, Magomedov, you got Sergio Pettis, you got Stotts, you got Savatello. You've got all the top level fighters that you need at 135 pounds, and you can sign more. There's more out there. There's plenty of them that are out there at 135 pounds. You can sign them. Doesn't mean they're all going to be world beaters in the beginning, but there's fighters out there to be had. Brett Johns, he's out there. Like, these are guys all under contract. Get them in there and they can fight. Like, there's plenty of top level fights at 135 pounds that Bellator already has on their roster. Middleweight, you've got Gegard Mousasi. You can't let a legend go without at least getting a 1 or 2 fights out of him in the PFL. It just doesn't make any sense. Use that name value to build your brand. You got Fabian Edwards, still young, still up and coming. Had a great fight against Johnny Eblin, cut Johnny Eblin, did some damage to Johnny Eblin. Johnny Eblin, being a stud that he is, weathered the storm, came out, got the finish in the next round. There's fights to be made there. You got Tokov. Tokov's what, 30? I think he's 31-3 now after Johnny beat him, but that was a great fight. Tokov is a stud. You got a good plethora of guys at 185 pounds. Austin Vanderford, Dalton Rasta, those guys that are there. So you've got guys that are there that are available, and there's more talent out there to sign at 185 pounds that are available. And so I think it'd be foolish not to have that weight class. I think 135, 185 is a must. And if you really are looking to be co-leaders, you got to have every weight class that's available. You got to have the 125 I can understand. But 135, 145, 155, 170, 85, 205, and heavyweight, they all need to be stocked. And in terms of the female divisions, that's hard because there's not a ton of female fighters out there. And the ones that are out there, I mean, were kind of bought into when Strikeforce was bought by the UFC. And then now that's kind of like where they go. You've got, the 145 pound weight class, for Chris Cyborg. You've got the 125 pound weight class for Bellator, which is a good weight class. It's an entertaining weight class. You've got good fighters that are there. So I'm hoping that they keep that 125 pound weight class. I would like to see a 115 pound weight class started by PFL or Bellator, because there's plenty of 115 pound fighters out there that are just fun fights. I mean, look at all the good fights, all the really exciting fights that happen at 115 pounds for the UFC. Weili Zhang and Joanna Jędrzejczyk. You got Rose Namajunas. You've got, you've got all these fights that all happen within that weight class. It's a stacked weight class. And I think there's plenty of other female fighters out there that you could sign to put together a pretty good roster at 115 pounds. So who knows? We will see. But hey, guys, I want to thank you guys so much for joining us during this live, a full 4 hours by myself with Podcast Dave. I want to thank you guys so much. And Dave, we are signing off. And just, one last thing. If you guys get an opportunity, please, and a chance, please send Big John over a message, and wish him the very best and everything. So I want to thank you guys. Hit him up on the Twitter, hit him up on his Instagram, whatever it is. And thank you guys for tuning in for this time. And we will see ya.